Well, good evening, everybody. And this is the City Council meeting, City of Edina, Minnesota. We are in the Edina City Hall Council Chambers. It is Wednesday, November 3rd, 2021. We have been doing these meetings in a hybrid format, and that means that we're doing them both live and online. And some folks may be watching on cable TV, some on their computers, some watching it, I think, through Facebook. There's going to be a couple opportunities if you're listening online, as Director Benarott mentioned, to be able to communicate with us. Two opportunities. The first one is during community comment. And during community comment, you can call in and talk to the council about anything that's on your mind that's not on the agenda this evening or otherwise scheduled for a future public hearing. So those are the two areas where we won't allow any comment from somebody during community comment. And then the second opportunity, we've got a couple of public hearings tonight, and people are going to be able to call in and testify remotely if they so desire. I'm going to give you the contact information. You may see it on the screen. It's 800-374-0221. That conference ID is right there on the screen now at 8682-407. 8682-407. You give the operator that answers the call from you your name and your street address, and then we'll get you in the queue to speak, and Director Benarott will bring you in to talk to the council. And regardless of whether you're calling in for a public hearing matter or community comment, you'll have 3 minutes, and then Manager Neal will let you know when you're getting close to the 3-minute mark and need to wrap your comments up. So, having provided that information, let's call the meeting to order. And Clerk Sharon Allison, who just finished doing the school board race and is with us this evening, thank you for being with us this evening. We thought maybe you might take a break, but we're sure appreciative of you being here. Would you please do a roll call for us?
Glad to be here, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderson?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson? Here. Councilmember Pierce?
Here.
Councilmember Staunton?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. Next matter is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, folks. And we have a form of meeting agenda, and in having some pre-council discussions, we want to move item 6C from the consent agenda, and I think maybe the best place to put it is over behind special recognitions and presentations behind A, which is the East Grandview Transportation Study, so that existing 6C off the consent agenda would become 7B on the amended agenda. With that having been said, is there anyone else who wants to remove an item? Let's do the amended agenda first. Is there a motion to approve that agenda in its amended form?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member Staunton and second by Member Jackson to approve the amended agenda as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then let's go to community comment. So folks, again, we'll get that number up on the screen, 800-374-0221, conference ID 8682-407. Before we get to folks that might be calling in, we're going to see if there's anybody here that came down to City Hall that wants to talk to the City Council on a matter of concern to them that's not on the agenda tonight or scheduled for a future public hearing. Sir, come on up. And welcome.
Yes, thank you.
And give us your name and address, and you'll see a yellow light come on when you got 30 seconds left, and then you can think about wrapping up your comments.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, men and women, thank you. My name is Federico Rossi. I'm a physician in the community. I live at 4300 Branson Street in Morningside. I've been there for over 10 years or so. I'm a physician in the community. And like many of you have seen the environment around me change over the years at an increasing pace. Warmer winters, hotter summers, followed by short, fast drought and overwhelming downpours. Like you have seen the escalating and natural disasters unfold around the world. My sister-in-law and her family moved in with us from Edina because of the wildfires out west. just to figure out that even here in Minnesota, we now have unhealthy air due to the wildfires. So as a physician in the community, I've seen the rise of unusual diseases and vector-borne illnesses in our northern state. Diseases that used to be confined to the tropics and warmer climates are now creeping up here. You've seen them as well. I've seen the rise in pulmonary diseases such as adult onset asthma, now clearly linked to climate change. I worry every day about this, what it means to all of us, especially our children and future generations. I followed with great interest, as you might imagine, the climate planning team as it presented and proposed the climate action plan that you are going to discuss next month, I believe. I've been impressed with its depth and detail and its aggressive goals that are indeed in line with what scientists tell us are needed to be adopted globally, of course, not just here, to avert the worst impact of climate change. I believe this is a great step in the right direction for our city, and I ask that our city council please not only adopt this plan without hesitation, but also see its implementation through to completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Federico. Appreciate you coming in. Anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to the council about a matter of concern to them, other than Mr. Rossi, Dr. Rossi? Okay. Let's go to online participants that may be there. Director Benarad, anybody online that wishes to speak to the council?
I do. I would like the operator to please unmute the line of Ms. Lori Grotz. Lori, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Ms. Groats, go ahead. We're ready for you. Ms. Groats, can you hear me?
My operator isn't responding right now either.
No, it's
There we go.
service that
We
they
can hear you
use.
now, Lori.
Lori
Go ahead.
Groats, Lori,
You can hear me
sorry.
now?
Ms. Groats, I'm going to interrupt you. This is the mayor. We didn't hear, if you had been talking, we haven't heard anything, so we're going to let you start over again. Sorry for that.
Thank you
that
very much.
malfunction.
Thank you very much. Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. A couple of months ago, a resident spoke during community comment and asked if the city had a plan to reduce the amount of salt used during snow removal on city streets. Chlorides from salt permanently pollute our rivers and lakes. Chlorides never break down, they only get diluted. I'm calling about the chlorides from the salt used in residential water softeners. In Edina's proposed climate action plan for clean air and water, I see no recommendation for Edina to build a municipal water softening facility which would use a non-polluting lime process to soften the water and would not permanently pollute our rivers. I have heard no mention from the staff, the HRA, or the City Council to build such a facility on the city-owned Grandview property. Richfield has been softening their municipal water for almost 60 years, Bloomington for almost 50 years, and Eden Prairie for over 30 years. I have called a few of the newer large apartment complexes in Edina and asked them how they soften their water. They use salt by the truckload. One person told me the water bills for their building in Edina are about the same as the cities that soften their municipal water. I don't know if the larger commercial buildings in Edina soften their water, but some of the smaller buildings don't. They just replace their pipes when they get clogged from the city's hard water. Edina cannot call itself environmentally responsible until they address the chloride from the water softeners. Edina is in the Stone Ages when it comes to not polluting waters, when it lacks available internet fiber to every home, and when it doesn't provide sufficient fire stations for its residents. Is there, is there a water softening facility in Manager Neal's or the City Council's budget plan? If the answer is no, then why not? It seems like TIF and redevelopment projects have taken precedence over the taxpayers' basic needs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Groats.
I do not have anyone else on the line, sir.
All right. Let's wait just a moment and we'll see if anyone else comes on the line. Okay, anybody else? All right, thank you. All right, usually after community comment, we have the city manager's response to community comments that were made a couple of weeks ago. And we did have, I think, at least one commenter that appeared in public at our hearing, Nora Davis, one of our residents. And Manager Neal, I'll turn to you now for any response that you might be offering to comments made at the last city council meeting.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we had one person that testified during community comment at our last council meeting, Nora Davis. And Nora used her time to talk about forestry and forests and trees in the community, encouraging the city, I think, and also private parties to practice good tree preservation practices. She was concerned about how strong our tree preservation policies are. And I can tell you that from a preservation policy standpoint, our tree policy is similar to those of the cities around us, but we are adapting them to make them stronger and actually adding more staff to that function in our community. We have a forestry professional that reviews all of the building permits or site plans that come in for the council, for the city, to make sure that they are in compliance from a plan review standpoint. And we also inspect for that in the community as well. One of the elements of the American Rescue Plan Act spending plan that the council approved was allocating $100,000 to an urban forestry initiative to add 1,000 trees to the community and parts of the community that need them. And so I think from our perspective, we think urban forestry is important as well, but that's just in response to her questions.
All right, good, thank you. Prompt any comments from other council members? All right, very good. Let's move on to the consent agenda, and we've moved item 6C. It is now new 7B. With that having been removed from the consent agenda, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of what was 6C?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we've got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce to approve the consent agenda off the amended agenda with the exception of 6C, which we're going to talk about momentarily in another part of the agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the items on the consent agenda say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. And then we will move on now to special recognitions and presentations. And the first presentation we have tonight is timely. I think it's the East Grandview Transportation Study, and this is going to be handled by Director Milner, our Director of Engineering. Director Milner, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'd like to give just a summary of we're calling it the East Grandview Transportation Study. That study was completed at the end of September. I met with the neighborhood just across the street here, the Sunny Slope neighborhood, a couple times since the last council meeting, and I want to provide a summary. So, starting with the background, this was created from the 4917 Eden Avenue Development Project, and in that was a condition that the council put on there, and this is the exact wording from that condition, requiring satisfactory plan or resolution of the transportation system issues east of Highway 100 in the Grandview district by the city. That was a condition on the city, not the developer. So the goals of the study: improve safety for all modes, improve traffic operations, improve pedestrian access, and reduce the complexity of the existing roadway network. So the study found that there was no system issues, and when I talk about system issues from a transportation engineering standpoint, there's a certain crash rating and severity of injuries and deaths. Nothing in this district raises to that level where we need to do something. So there's no data-supported safety issues, but there are some minor accidents, fender benders, typically what you'd see with the volume of traffic in this district. The operations are acceptable. There's normal delays and inconvenience during certain periods of time. What we did find is there's some major gaps and barriers with the lack of boulevards, lack of pedestrian and bicycle facilities within this district. So you're going to see some concepts here. Staff believes that the study has met that goal of the study to improve safety for all modes. And I just want to mention that these are concepts. If this continues to move forward, we'll do final design. There's a lot of details to figure out with the final design. And those final design timeframe would give us some opportunities to go back to the residents and conduct some more feedback before we potentially constructed any of these improvements. So the first concept is right at the Perkins site, right across the street here. It's for 2 smaller roundabouts. The green line signifies to the left of the green line what could be funded with TIF dollars. And to the right is a concept for future consideration with different funding. So this concept improves that bike and ped safety. It provides some actual space. Roundabouts have less impactful accidents. There's less conflict points. Slows traffic, reduces queuing, and it creates shorter crossings for pedestrians with the ability to cross 1 lane of traffic at a time with a refuge island in the middle. Second area that I want to talk about is the Grange Road. Here's another concept. We just included the ped bridge going across 100 just to know that we're continuing to look for those opportunities, but that's not part of the TIF consideration here. So it's really just Grange Road from 50th to Eden. And again, this created some pedestrian space and safety, slows traffic because there'd be lane assignments, narrower lanes, a refuge island for that crossing mid-block. So you have that shorter crossing and only have to look 1 lane at a time as you cross. We did get feedback from the residents about why not a sidewalk on the east side of Grange. Well, that's something we can look into when we do final design on this piece of infrastructure. And then the final concept is on 50th Street. So again, that green line designates to the left is TIF eligible, and to the right is a concept that we could look to do in the future. This concept creates a 3/4 intersection, so it gets rid of any left turns coming out of the City Hall driveway to go westbound. You no longer could do that movement. And it also limits that left turn out of Dale Drive straight across the street heading eastbound. So again, this one has 6-foot boulevards with 10-foot shared use paths on each side, so it creates that ped space and safety. Creates a much more appealing facility than what's out there today, right on the back of curb. Barrier curb would be built down the center for these medians, and that narrows the lanes, and it's shown slow traffic when you narrow lanes. It reduces the number of conflicts. So those left turns going across 3 to 4 lanes of traffic have lots of conflicts, and that's really where those accidents start to occur. So it reduces those conflict points from 32 to 10. The refuge islands for the left turn lanes are created for the vehicles, so it provides a safe queuing spot for those left turns, so you don't have to worry about getting rear-ended from other vehicles coming up behind you when you make those left turns both into Dale and to City Hall. And then there'll be traffic signal improvements at Grange and 50th. We'll have a dedicated left turn that's not there today. We'll do some other controlled movements like that right turn on northbound Grange onto eastbound 50th, and we'll look at other signal improvements, ADA and PED timing improvements for that intersection. So those are the 3 kind of concepts. Now getting into the feedback. So we opened up a Better Together Edina webpage and opened up the survey forms, and we collected 12 survey forms, and those are in your packet tonight if you wanted to read them word for word. But I kind of summarized them by 5 bullet points here on those feedback forms. So 1 was please improve the pedestrian network, and I believe these concepts have done that. Condition not met, that's an opinion of one of the respondents. Concept should do more and should start at Wooddale. So that we got some great feedback that this should go all the way to Wooddale. I'm going to share with you a little later that there's an option where we could look at some lane striping next year to maybe narrow some lanes and look at doing kind of the phase one of some improvements on Wooddale. Another comment, need regional improvements, and I agree. We know these barriers, the bridges over Highway 100 are barriers to the pedestrian network. So regionally, it would be great to get rid of those barriers that MnDOT owns with those bridges. There's concerns with that right out only at Dale. And we also learned a few other things, sight lines heading westbound up 50th. There's some trees that are overhanging the street further than we thought. That's blocking the traffic signal at Grange. So we're out there right now looking at that. It may require some trimming of trees to open up that sight line to that traffic signal that exists at Grange today. And there's a concern about Sunny Slope Road East. If we do the Dale improvement, what's it going to do to Sunny Slope Road East for people coming in and out of the neighborhood? So that's something we would look at during final design. And what we've heard from the residents and the council, I think, has had some opinions that schedule these things sooner rather than later. You know, they don't want to see these in 5 or 10 years. If not for the development project, we wouldn't even be considering these improvements. So we really have an opportunity now to do some improvements within the district. We also went to the ETC. We had an opportunity with timing that they had a meeting last week, and we got some feedback from our Transportation Commission. A lot of their suggestions were about the final design, you know, the traffic signal at Grange and how that U-turn works, Grange Road and the shared use paths, you know, on both sides or one side, and how that aligns with the freeway ramps, things we got to look at for final design. They'd like to see some temp, bike, and ped over Highway 100. You know, that's another thing that may or may not be possible. And then further study of Eden Avenue bike lane. So they gave us some great feedback to look at during the final design. So these are the estimates for everything in the study. The 3 things that are underlined are the concepts I shared with you here. I think the main point is that bottom bullet point. You know, if all 3 of those improvements are done, it would range from $2.8 million to $4.2 million to construct in today's dollars. And this is strictly for the street only, not utility improvements. So the next piece is, how do we fund it and when? So right now, if the project moves forward as the developer hopes it moves forward, we wouldn't collect TIF dollars until 2025. So we have this delay of when we collect monies that could do street improvements. So the real question staff has been wrestling with over the last few weeks is when do we move the street improvements to final design and then construction? And what is that financial risk to the city? So financially, we have some options. We could fund this project sooner with interfund loans. But in order to do that, we want to make sure that that project is indeed going forward. So in staff's opinion, we feel like the risk is pretty low when the construction framing of that building, when it's actually starting to build up. That's a good time where we would be comfortable with doing that interfund loan. And we think that would fall in the fall of 2022, winter of 23. So a year from now, just over a year from now. And that's when we think we'd be comfortable starting that final design for street improvements with a 2023 construction. Now I'm going to show you some other things that's happening in the district that we can consider as we think about how do we phase these 3 pieces when we also have other improvements on the west side of Highway 100. So these are the things we know about going on the west side. So we can't have everything going on at once. We still need to get traffic through the entire district. So we know in 2022 we're going to finish phase 2 of our Eden Avenue project, which includes the roundabout at Arcadia. And in 2023, the Vernon Avenue Bridge. Now at a recent meeting just a few weeks ago, the county's hinting they may have to push that to 24 because of property easements and acquisitions. So there may be a chance to go that moves to 24, which might benefit these improvements and the timing of it. So let's just say that the bridge goes in 2024. My opinion, the ideal time from an engineering standpoint to do the roundabouts in Green Road would be 2023, because that aligns when the developer's getting their building started, but before it's finished. So then we don't impact each other on the 2 projects right adjacent to each other. And if that schedule works, then we do 24 would be Vernon Avenue Bridge. And then 25 is when I recommend 50th Street. And that gives us time to work through all these final design details and the comments we heard from the residents. We can seek additional feedback. We can consider adjustments to those concepts. The other benefit is we got a mill and overlay scheduled from Eden to Wooddale in 2025. So basically we would reconstruct right here by Dale and City Hall, and the rest of it would be brand new pavement, and we can restripe the whole thing to kind of meet these narrower travel lanes. What I mentioned earlier is that I promised the neighborhood that we would look at in next year, or this summer, or this winter, lay out some things for next summer of possible adjustments to the lane striping. Right now, there's just dash lines for center of the 2 lanes heading in each direction. We could put shoulder lines down and narrow those lanes and see if that impacts the traffic speed. Those lane markings are due every 2 to 3 years. We could do that potentially next year prior to any of these projects. So with that, this is the concept all put together with the TIF, potentially TIF-funded projects, and I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Yeah, good. I'm sure there are some from council members. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when I'm looking at this, with those roundabouts, if I were a resident in the new apartment buildings, if they're built, would I have any reason then to cross in front of Dale Road? It looks like that would help divert that new traffic away from the Sunny Slope neighborhood. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, I would, unless they're entering that neighborhood, I think they would use Eden to go eastbound 50th and France. Depending if they're going, westbound, if they're going to Hopkins, they'll probably go up Grange and take a left. And if they're going towards Eden Prairie down Vernon, they would head Eden the other direction and take a left on Vernon at that signal. So yes, I agree with that comment.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Other questions? Member Anderson?
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I've got a few here, although I should mention to you that my non-engineering brain struggled with moving all the way through the transportation study. There's a lot of data in here, a lot of information, and I wasn't familiar with all of it, but I struggled and finally came to some questions. I'm particularly interested in future traffic management at Vernon from Arcadia and Grange, and how that's going to get routed through future development in that Grandview East district. It just kind of looks to me as if, and I don't know what is the timing on the closing of the southbound access to 100 from Eden.
Yep, that's scheduled right now to be the year after the Vernon Avenue Bridge. So if it's 2023, we would do that in 2024.
Some time out.
If it's 24, it'd be 25. So
Okay.
that's 1 year after that bridge, just because we want to leave
So-
some access open.
Thank you. Can you kind of synopsize the thought behind the management plan here? And this is a good slide to take a look at that on, actually. So I see it, basically, as development continues in the area, we're going to basically move cars, say 2025 on. The the study discusses time ranges in 2024, which sounds like it get pushed out a lot, up to 2040, which I think would be the completion of the master plan if it were funded. Am I making assumptions here that are accurate? Okay.
Yep.
So as that happens, tell me what your feelings are about routing that traffic up there in those two, because it's only accessed through those two streets, I believe.
Yeah, the biggest impact of closing that ramp to southbound 100 is basically from people west of 100. So instead of them coming on Eden to take that get on that ramp has some safety issues, they'll use Vernon and go up to that traffic light and make the left and get on the ramp where it exists today. There's no proposed changes to the existing ramp. So I think most people are going to use 50th and Vernon to get to those two on-ramps of the Highway 100, whether you're going northbound or southbound.
Right. Then just a quick question. There's a couple of illustrations here on figure, I think, 11, that's showing various roundabouts. You'll probably recall that, and I don't think we have that
Correct.
on a slide. It's showing various configurations of potential roundabouts. At one point, it looks like there's 4 along Eden Avenue, or the potential of 4. And I wondered about that in terms of school bus traffic or larger vehicles. How would that play out with that type of traffic?
Yep, these are designed to handle any size vehicle, full-size semis, buses, garbage trucks. That center island here, some of the larger roundabouts are landscaped. These are not large enough because of the property impacts to be landscaped. So it's going to be a concrete pad. So in this case, if you're coming from the Cahill School heading towards City Hall and wanted to use Grange with a semi, you'd make that left and your semi will go over the center of that roundabout to make that movement. So, that's a low volume of cars, but it's available for that movement for those low percentage of those larger vehicles.
I was thinking more about the school bus traffic out of OLG coming through that corridor
Yeah.
there.
And they
But
can make, sorry.
You feel comfortable with that?
Yes, they can
Okay.
make almost that normal movement on this size, but their back wheels will probably get up on that apron a little bit.
The transportation study references future development and briefly. And I noticed a couple of things. It does reference the potential of redevelopment at I'll call it the old Public Works site. And we think that that's coming. It doesn't reference it completely. It talks about what its potential is. Also discusses the potential for 138 units at the Eden 100 site. I call it the Stilt Building, is what many people are familiar with. But it didn't touch on the potential, when I take a look down Wilson Road, and I see the Edina Executive Building. I think that's, the Edina Executive Building. I take a look at that building, I look at the enormous surface parking, and I think at some point in time there will be some interest in that site as well. It isn't, as I mentioned, it's not discussed in the transportation study. And so do you know why that was left out?
Yeah, myself, Director Teague, and Mr. Neuendorf, we sit down when a study like this for an area comes up, and we kind of rank which ones we think are ripe for development within the time frame of the study. And the ones listed in the study are the ones we but we think the potential is high for redevelopment in the study. Also included the study is a factor just for normal traffic increases. So there's already a conservative metric in there to consider if we didn't get a project. There's metrics that says we can cover with some extra space in there for the traffic volumes that we're estimating just increase over time.
Okay, thank you. Last thing is really about funding in the future. There is the more extensive, the 2040 concept would be expensive. And I'm just kind of, how would that get funded at that time?
Yeah, I believe you're talking about the potential frontage roads on 100 or
Yes,
that diverging diamond interchange. We don't know yet.
Oh,
We're looking for opportunities within the district for our own personal funding. Hennepin County has a stake here, and so does MnDOT. So looking for those opportunities to do the bigger projects when they become available.
okay, thank you.
Member Sutton, Member Pierce? Member Sutton, go ahead.
So a couple, maybe you could pull up a slide of the 50th Street segment. That's helpful. So some of the comments, it looked like, talked about narrowing lanes, and I couldn't tell whether it was trying to suggest going to one lane instead of two. Can you elaborate a little bit about the conversations you've had with the folks in the neighborhood on that front?
Yep. Yeah, Councilmember Stoughton. There's been some comments about just get rid of one of the lanes each way. The traffic volumes are high enough that we can't do that. It would create backups in each direction, and it would be a pinch point in our traffic operation. So if we can't reduce it and give it a road diet to one lane each way, if we do 2 lanes in each way, what can we do to narrow that section and at least slow the traffic? And then maybe people decide to take different routes. But in order to slow traffic, this concept shows those medians in the center, and then we would narrow those lanes to the point allowed by the state aid standards because this is a state aid route.
And then I know at least one email we received talked about the possibility of roundabouts either at Grange or at Dale. Did you explore that at all?
We didn't put concepts in the study, but we talked about it with the consultant, and when we looked at the number of lanes going one way and the volume of traffic that way versus this way, and the footprint that would be needed to build a 2-lane roundabout, there's just not space here. We would have to probably buy those first 2 lots on Dale to create enough space for a 2-lane roundabout with bike and ped facilities outside of that traffic outside the traffic circle itself where vehicles are traveling.
So the difference between that and the roundabouts that are on Eden is that you need 4 lanes instead of 2.
Correct. The ones on Eden are single lane and they're smaller, so we can size them for 1 lane. When you get 2 lanes in there, then the size greatly increases and it wouldn't fit in there.
But you are talking about trying to narrow the lanes even with keeping the 4 lanes, is that the
Correct.
notion?
Yep,
So
so today I think they're 13 to 14-foot lanes. There's an option, we could go to 11-foot lanes. I mean, we have to check state aid standards. It's usually 10-foot lane with some reactions on each side. Depends if there's a turn lane or not, but we could definitely narrow, take some space that's out there today for lanes that's we don't need and make it feel narrow, pinch people down and they'll drive slow.
Right, and is there, I see you've got sidewalks on either side. When you kind of map it out, does it provide for any boulevard space or any tree opportunities or those kinds of things in there?
The concept you're looking at right now is kind of the worst case for width. So the lanes are as
Worst
wide.
case as in the widest right-of-way use?
Widest. So I think we can shrink the lanes 1 to 2 feet each lane, so there's a 4 more feet. I prefer to keep the 6-foot boulevards on each side. We have a 10-foot shared use path. If we can't fit within the right-of-way and those adjacent property owners aren't willing to give a little easement for the sidewalk or the shared use path, then maybe we go down to 8-foot shared use path. So I think we got some options. Part of this is on city property, so how far can we come this way? I mean, City Hall is pretty close, but there is some sidewalk and landscaping stuff, so there's an opportunity to maybe take a few feet of our own city property to try to get that all to fit. I mean, the goal is to do it right if we're going to do it.
Yeah, because certainly if you add trees, that adds to the calming effect and the psychological impact on drivers coming through there.
Yep, and I'd say for trees, we'd need at least that 6 feet.
Yeah.
And then we got to be aware of not planting them right where Dale comes out, where they're kind of blocking sight lines today.
Right.
So we got to be aware of those sightline issues in the future.
All right, thank you.
Member Pierce.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions. I do have one funding question, and actually I think this is a good slide. So actually slides, I think it was 4, 5, and 6. You spoke about the green line to the left of the green line and then the right of the green line in terms of what could be funded with TIF. Can you explain just that thought process of what the criteria is that dictates what can be in specific to these projects, what can and can't be funded by TIF?
Yeah, maybe I'll let Mr. Newendorf speak to it because it goes to how the district was established.
Great, thank you.
Yes, good evening. Bill Newendorf, City's Economic Development Manager. So, Chair and Council Member, when we establish the boundaries of the TIF district, we look at what is reasonably expected to be redeveloped and changed in regards to this overall redevelopment effort. And when it comes to the roadway systems, the state law does not provide a clear line where you've gone too far. There's a lot of judgment involved. So as we've looked at a lot of these turning mechanisms to access the Perkins site, there's a lot of the intersections that are obviously related to the functions in and out of that property. Where we feel it's the most reasonable to draw that line is where Mr. Milner has drawn the green lines on these maps. To use TIF from this district, if we create it beyond those boundaries, we feel is just stretching the intent of the state law too far. So our recommendation is to be more conservative in how we apply TIF and draw the lines, the boundaries where we feel they're most reasonable. That's how we got to that recommendation.
Is it fair for me to ask you what is the state law then with respect to this? Do you know that?
It's section 169 point something. It's like 40 pages long.
But legal
I don't
counsel,
have the reference or the terminology.
Legal counsel was involved in this discussion.
Correct.
Deeply, actually, in trying to fit where that line can reasonably be put.
Do you want to direct that question to legal counsel?
Yes, let's do that. And to be clear, what I'm really looking for is for you to say exactly how we apply the law and why we think that makes sense, that we use TIF for that development. That's what I'm looking for.
It wasn't this legal counsel that was involved in that discussion.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was Jay Lindgren. Jay represents us from the Dorsey and Whitney firm.
Okay.
And represents us in these sorts of complex tax increment deals.
Okay. So where that question comes from then is we have feedback from residents, and this is not new news. We talked about it the last time where we're applying TIF, and I'm not sure everybody understands how or why we're applying TIF. And I remember raising my hand whenever we come up to something that we're going to find with TIF. I have to kind of dig in and figure out how are we applying it. That's really my question, for us to be able to be clear to the community. Here's why we think this is great, a good use of TIF dollars. I do applaud the concept of being true to the principles and saying we can't go beyond the green line. That gives definitely some, that helps us understand that we're trying to apply things fairly. But that's really where my question comes from.
Councilmember Pierce, members of council, I think as a general rule, I can tell you that in these conversations, staff will try to push this green line to be as big as we can get it, and legal counsel will try to contract it to the point where we reach a common acceptance of what the district is going to be.
Okay, thank you. And then I had maybe one other question. And this is a subjective question, but I'd like for you to help me with it. So when I cycle, now looking at the slide 6, and I'm talking about patterns of traffic here. So when I cycle down 50th, or if I'm walking to Indianola, so either side of this concept, when I cycle and I get to City Hall, I feel really nervous when I get there, because cars are whizzing by today. I know I'm approaching a slip where people are getting onto 100. Then I got to cross the bridge. There's another slip on the other side, and so within the scope of what we're proposing here, how will it feel to me when I am cycling through this concept? Because I've heard you talk about narrowing of lanes will slow down traffic. It's kind of hard to visualize. You can see it, but it's hard to emotionally understand how that's going to feel different once the project is done.
Yeah, I guess I'd first, whether you're that 10% biker that's comfortable in traffic all the time, we're not designing for those type of riders. We're designing for the people interested but concerned. So I would say the concepts, that'd be you. So we want you out of traffic. We want to create spaces off the vehicle's travel way. The concepts do that, but like I mentioned, once you get past Grange, there's a big giant barrier called the 50th and Verdon Avenue Bridge. Yeah. Nothing's going to improve with this project there. Eden Avenue Bridge over 100 with MnDOT. That's another place where there's sidewalks, but they're narrow on both sides, and you're still going to feel either you're going to ride on a skinny sidewalk or you're going to decide with traffic. So where the concepts are implemented, you're going to feel better. When you get out of them each way, that's where it still needs more improvement in the future.
Okay, all right. Just to segue off, Member Staunton has a question.
Well, I wanted to follow up on this geographic scope. So the scope that we're talking about, the green lines, if you will, is that the limiting factor, the geography, or is it the amount of money that's available?
It's not geometry. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is the items that could be funded with TIF dollars from the project. The areas right of those green lines, both on Eden and 50th, that's a financial issue. Our state aid dollars are backed up at least 10 years, and we don't have funding to pay for those two segments. And then anything with MnDOT and the bridge, that's a big funding gap
Right.
between all the parties.
I guess the way I'm asking it is, if the green lines were wider, would there be enough of the money from TIF to be able to finance it?
Probably.
Or are we running out of money with this geographic scope that you've got here?
You know, not including the Pet Bridge and the diverging diamond interchange from this table, you know, it appears to be maybe $6 to $8 million. I guess I don't know what total TIF are available.
If you're asking, did legal counsel set the bounds of this based on how much money is available?
No,
Okay.
I'm not asking.
Okay.
I understand legal counsel has advised us based on their analysis of the law, but
Yeah.
what I'm trying to understand is if we were able to push the boundaries further, would there be enough money in the TIF district to use it, or have we used up all the extra TIF money with this geographic scope that's in front of us?
So we tend to estimate conservatively in these matters, so there should be sufficient money generated from this TIF district to pay for this work within the boundaries. There should be some cushion because we still have to factor in design costs, construction, engineering costs, there's utility costs, there's a lot of other things beyond just the hard construction numbers that need to be included. So we think we're safe in this regard. We always try to aim conservatively so that there might be a balance at the end of the district, at the end of the life of the district, as opposed to being a deficit at the end of the district.
So in round numbers, what are we anticipating from the TIF district?
For these types of public improvements,
For the full 25-year, for the total number, including what we would use to close the gap for the developer.
so the total number, the total estimate of taxes generated, new taxes generated, is $22.7 million.
And we're giving the applicant about 5.1.
Correct.
And then there's some interest because you'd be bonding for it and the like, but there's another, so there's roughly 17 more that's available between hard costs and interest and the like.
It's not that much. It's actually in the range of 8 to 11, depending on what interest rates look like.
So how does 8 and 11, how does 8 and 5 add up to 22?
Interest
Okay.
payment. So the
So
$5 million.
it's the present value of that money that we'll get over 25 years?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Member Staunton asked a question I was going to ask in a slightly different way, but that was with respect to the defined district and the what portion of the proposed improvements from a transportation standpoint are in the defined district, and do we have enough money to perform and complete all those improvements within the district with the funds that would be available from the TIF stream if this project were approved on a final basis tonight?
We do. We have enough money to fund these 3 improvements with the TIF dollars available, plus some conservative in case of unknown circumstances during construction.
So, but for the approval, the final approval tonight of the project on the old Perkins site, these proposed improvements, which are, it's a pretty remarkable job that you've done so far in a relatively short period of time with the neighbors. I'm going to come back to a process question in a second, but I think you've mentioned this before, but I understood that any of these improvements were not even on the radar for us to be doing in the foreseeable future? And if you want to try to define that, is it 10 years, 20 years? What are we thinking about?
10-plus years, with the exception of maybe a sidewalk on Grange, right? We could probably use PAX fund and get that one improvement on Grange, but the majority of these are not even on my radar. They're not in the 5-year CIP, and I would not plan them for the 10-year, because we got many more needs within the city for those MSA dollars.
So when we take up this next matter, which is potentially approving the final rezoning from PCD1, Planned Commercial District 1, and APD, and Automobile Parking District to PUD, and the site improvement plan agreement and the ordinance change, if we do that tonight, we've got a chance of getting this project done, what I heard you say, by maybe 2025.
Correct. I think there's a little working with the county on the Vernon Bridge to make sure we write the schedule between all these improvements.
Okay. And then my next question is a process question. So to my point that I just made a moment ago, to me, it's remarkable that you've gotten this much done with the consultants, with the neighbors, on possible road improvements and non-motorized movements. But we've got a ways to go yet, and you've got more process yet to go, because you talked about 2023. It sounded like between 2022, which we're not too far away from now, and 2023, there'd be more refinement of the ideas that you've advanced tonight in this transportation plan, and there'd be further input opportunity for the neighbors to work on a plan that we can get to in a position where it's as good as we can possibly get it working together.
Exactly. When we kick off final design, part of that is public participation. So we'd take the feedback we heard, we'd adjust some of these concepts because they're just, first run concepts. We'd look at narrowing these lanes, then we really look at those property impacts, and then go back to the neighborhood and have some more discussions, get some more feedback. We'd utilize Better Together to get feedback, and we'd come back and share those comments and those continued concepts with the council.
All right. And so you'd anticipate, if this project were approved tonight on a final basis, that you'd be back in front of us after meeting with the neighbors sometime late in 2022 with a revised plan, or 23?
Probably late 22, early 23, the fall, winter next year, so we can go out for bids in like March of 23, February 23, so we can get ready for construction right away in 23.
All right.
Which exact area? I guess I'd be dependent on my conversations with Hennepin County.
Okay. Did any of the questions for Director Milner amongst our colleagues prompt more questions to be asked to Member Staunton, and then I think Member Jackson too?
Yeah, so then to the east along 50th, you talked about some of that is up for some change, right? I mean, that's on the schedule for a mill and overlay, you said?
Yep, a mill and overlay as a maintenance operation. We're going to grind off 1.5 inches of the pavement and just repave it. The opportunity that allows us is to restripe the lanes from Eden to Wooddale. And that's an opportunity. Right now, there's no shoulder lanes. Can we narrow those lanes and match what we're going to do here in front of City Hall with pavement markings, not permanent curbs? Because a mill and overlay is just, it's a pavement maintenance operation.
Right,
It's not
you're
a
not
full-
going to reconfigure the width of the right-of-way or
Exactly,
the width of
not-
the street, but
Yep.
you could
And I'd like to
could
do that
match.
next year. Look at those lane stripes now, because those are
Yeah, you
latex
could do
lane
that.
stripes
Okay.
that we have to redo every 2 to 3 years anyway.
Could do that even sooner. Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Member Jackson.
Yes, just briefly, Your Honor, I wanted to say thank you for the quick turnaround on this, and it's nice, and I'm also glad that the conversation can continue with the neighbors so that we make sure that we make it better and not worse, and address especially those ability to cross over 50th safely. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good. Yeah, Member Pierce.
Thank you. I would ask that when we come back, I think it is very helpful to have a holistic view, even though there are things that we've described tonight that you think we could do on the east side.
Sure.
It would be good to be able to see that complete holistic view when you do come back.
Okay. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Pierce. All right, thank you, council members. All right, we're going to move on now to, under the amended agenda, to Resolution 2021-97, which we pulled off of the consent agenda, which is the potential approval for final rezoning on the 4917 Eden Avenue site, which we know as the Perkins site. And I don't know if Director Teague has anything he wanted to add, or people have questions for Director Teague. I'm sure council members have some comments about this. It needed to be pulled off the consent agenda for a variety of reasons based on our past debate around this potential project. So I don't know if Director Teague, you have any initial comments you want to make, and we can go to comments or questions from council members.
Yeah, nothing specific. The plans are consistent with what the council had approved on a preliminary basis. The city attorney has drafted the site improvement plan agreement, and the applicant is agreeable to all of the conditions. So we would recommend final approval this evening.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Just to
Manager Neal.
add a little bit to what Director Teague just said, our custom here is to spend a lot of time at the council level on the preliminary approval, and that's the stage of our process where you impose a lot of conditions onto a developer. When that developer has complied with all of those conditions, it's been our custom to place these final approvals on your consent agenda. So that we don't generally go through another round of analysis, but that's how we've done it in the past, and that's why this one was on the consent agenda tonight.
All right, good. Well, then let's move right to comments. I don't know who wants to lead off. Member Anderson, do you want to lead off?
Sure, thank you very much. Actually, my purpose in requesting this matter to come off of consent was just simply that I did not vote for this specific rezoning, and I needed to pull this off for my vote to be consistent with my prior vote.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks for that information. And that's what I suspected, but I wasn't sure. Other comments, or is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2021-97, which would approve the final rezoning from PCD1 Planned Commercial District 1 and APD Automobile Parking District to PUD Planned Unit Development, Final Site Plan and Site Improvement Plan Agreement for 4917 Eden Avenue?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and now we're going to move to discussion. Member Staunton?
So, I think the reason I wanted to pull this off of the consent agenda is it is an unusual situation in that we added a condition for this satisfactory plan for resolution of the transportation system issues east of Highway 100 in the Grandview district. And so that's the question to me is the final approval is contingent on having a plan for that satisfactory resolution. And I like what I've seen, and I think we have a good start on figuring that out. And it's got a ways to go, but I think it is in the right area, and it's a good engagement. And so I'm satisfied that there is a satisfactory plan, and so I'd be in favor of the motion.
Member Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Member Staunton's comments. To me, the big issue was whether this would aggravate the traffic at the corner of Wilson and Eden primarily. I find that the use of the traffic circles will help that tremendously. I think there's a problem there now. It does get congested, and it's a little dangerous with the four-way stop. And so this plan covers the bare minimum that I was looking for, and then some. So I'll be voting in favor.
Thank you. Member Pierce?
So this was a very tough position for me to form. I think we're really close to having a beautiful community rich area in the Grandview district. And we talked about some of it today. We have the Vernon Street Bridge being updated. We're addressing some traffic issues planned around Acadia and Eden Avenue. And we're close to having the old public works site redeveloped, right? Senior housing, as well as some type of community engagement facility and attraction. I think having the Perkins site redeveloped and optimization of the traffic and being able to extend pedestrian modes of travel on 50th in the same area, I think it really shapes the area up nicely. And we talked a lot about having something that could be a showcase for the community and draw people to Edina. And I feel like this helps achieve that. I do believe in TIF, so I asked some questions about TIF. I've stated in the past that I think we should use TIF. If we're going to use it, we should be striving to use it in a way that helps to extend benefit to the community. And I think the intent here, in my opinion, when we raised this, was really to accelerate benefit to the community. And at the time, we heard several community members talk about traffic issues. And I distinctly remember I was going to vote no the first time we even looked at this, because I'm in East Edina daily. I'm driving on these roads daily. I use the example of taking my daughter to Normandale and coming through OLG. And what we talked about doing was what we did. So, Member Pierce, would you be amenable to having a qualification on this, that we would do a study and figure out what we could do to address the issues that we talked about? And I feel like we did that. I applaud the staff for seeking to do just that. My challenge here, though, is that it's a polarity. Right? There's no right or wrong answer. In my opinion, a vote of support acknowledges the potential we have to accelerate the various points of value I talked about, and that, frankly, some of these are established in the comprehensive plan today. A vote of denial delays the realization of the community benefits, and in some specific cases we talked about tonight, some of those delays could be a decade or more. And I don't think that's a good position for us to take when we can accomplish benefit in less than half the time. I have expressed that opinion when we were looking at the public works site that had been sitting there for 2 decades. We didn't have a construct that would even allow us to get anything approved there. And so I applaud the staff and the council for thinking outside of the box, trying to come up with a construct that not gets developments approved, but leverages work that we're doing in the city to extend benefit to the community. And so that's how I look at this. And one of the things that I'll add, I was recently asked by someone how I get comfortable with decisions that I know are not necessarily going to be supported by everybody. And here's what I said. All I can do is stay true to my core principles. If I take a decision and believe it is sound and made so with the right motivation and intent, I have to be okay with that. I have to be able to sit down across from someone who disagrees and be okay with that. And so I think this is good for the community. And I trust that the staff will continue to work with council and with the community in earnest to address issues that have been outlined. And I will, with all of the decisions that we've made in just 1 year, it's not even a complete year yet. And I wrote down a comment from Member Anderson some months ago who said, this guy's about action. So how can we move to action? How can we stop just talking and talking and talking? How can we move to action and extend some of the benefits that we have in a comprehensive plan and accelerate those for the community? And I think we've done that. And I would be voting in support of this for all the reasons that I stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Pierce. Yeah, all of you, terrific comments and understandable points of view, regardless of whether we have disagreement on matters from time to time. It's a very collegial situation. When we first started this project, I wasn't sure, or we first had it in front of us, I wasn't sure what to think about it. I could see where people would like living there and looking out towards the golf course. Wasn't sure who would want to live with Highway 100 in the background, but as we went about the process of evaluating this and then getting input from the neighbors, and I think that's the missing factor here tonight, are the folks from Sunny Slope who have raised the issues that even though they knew from the traffic data that we had secured that the apartment building didn't generate any more traffic than the Perkins restaurant that was there, maybe a shade less. If there was a restaurant there, it would be a shade more traffic. But they knew what they've been experiencing over there, and many of them lived there for many years. I see somebody in the audience who's basically lived his whole adult life and part of his young life in the Sunny Slope neighborhood. So to me, one of the real silver linings in all of this analysis has been exactly what my colleagues are talking about. It gave, with the concerns expressed by the neighborhood, people saying, hey, this is a chance to try to fix this problem. We know that something's going to happen on the Perkins site. Something's going to occur there. We don't necessarily like this idea, but this is the idea that's in front of us. This is the idea that is real world. This is the idea that we have to deal with because it's the one being advanced to us. And there is no theoretical thing that we can think about here. We have to judge this on its merits. And by the time we got to the point of doing the preliminary hearing on this matter, and we went through all of that process, we knew that this was going to be a high-quality mixed-use development. We knew that it was going to enormously increase the property tax base from a building that was worth about $3 million to one worth about $80 million. It was going to improve stormwater conditions in the neighborhood, in the broader neighborhood. We were going to end up with public sidewalks and streetscapes, including public art. One of the most important elements for all of us, I think, was the affordable housing at 10%, at 50% of area median income for 21 years. That's a tremendous benefit for the community to keep us moving forward on our affordable housing commitment. And what a wonderful place to live in a scattered environment. You know, so these units that are affordable scattered throughout this wonderful apartment building. We've got some public parking that's going to be available. We've got land for future public use that's been evaluated as part of this process. And then these roadway improvements that, without the benefit of the TIF that we're providing on this $80+ million project, $5.1 million, we wouldn't be able to do any of these improvements that the neighbors need and requested for probably well over a decade. So I joined Member Pierce and everybody else in thinking, yeah, this was indeed the silver lining here, that we had an opportunity to approve a project that generated TIF revenue that allowed us to make these roadway improvements in the foreseeable future and really do something that was kind of a twofer, a win-win. Win for the community and a win for the neighborhood. So I'm in favor of it as well. I think the motion should have included the adoption of ordinance 2021-03, but that wasn't in the body of the agenda. So is the maker and the seconder comfortable including ordinance 2021-03 within there?
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that the TIF information? I don't see the number.
No, that's
Oh, here we go,
Director
yes.
Jean?
that's Okay,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, so we got a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 2021-97 and Ordinance 2021-03. Let's adopt a site improvement plan agreement that's been approved by council, and then have the final rezoning from PCD1 and APD to PUD at 4917 Eden Avenue. Any further discussion? Member Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to be clear, before we make this vote, my issue has been consistently and all along, the first redevelopment project in Grandview, my issue has been the size and density of this particular project. It's not about rezoning. It's not about nothing should happen there. It's simply this one, because more will follow. So I just want to be clear on that.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any further comment? Okay, good. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Carried. Now we're going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. Thank you, everybody. Oh, I wanted to just note, I forgot to do this earlier in the agenda. When the consent portion of the agenda, we had Resolution 2021-104, which accepts donations. And we got a really generous donation from Thomas Sullivan to the Park and Rec Department for a bench at Arden Park in the amount of $3,200. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, and your name will be posted on the website. Now let's move to the public hearing portion of the agenda. And we've got two of those matters tonight. And this, of course, is the situation we've been doing when we were just meeting virtually, and since we've been doing the hybrid, is that we'll have the public hearing tonight. The motion is going to be to close the public hearing at noon on November 8th, and then continue the action to the November 16 City Council meeting. And that'll be the same situation with respect to both of these matters that we have in front of us. The first one is one that we heard about at the HRA, and that is the potential approval of a spending plan for the Southdale 2, Pentagon Park, and 70th and Cahill tax increment financing districts. And Bill Neundorf, our Economic Development Manager, is back up to handle this matter. And I think we've got Nick Anhut with us from Ellers, and to answer any potential questions. And then I'll open up the public hearing on this matter as soon as you're done with your presentation. Manager Neundorf, go ahead.
Great. Yes, thank you. So this first item, this first public hearing would eventually be embodied with a resolution and a policy that's included in your packet. As you know, we're not seeking any action tonight, but just want to run through this proposal and what it's about and how it works. The reason we're here tonight is due to a change in Minnesota law that happened this summer that addresses unallocated TIF monies. These are funds that have already been collected from existing TIF districts, but have not yet been obligated to any particular use. This new law was enacted by the state legislature as an attempt to accelerate our recovery out of the economic doldrums related to the pandemic. One of the key goals of this new legislation is to create jobs and to promote new private sector investment in Edina and throughout the state of Minnesota. So we worked with our advisors at Ellers, worked with the city's finance department, and reviewed our existing TIF accounts. We did find that we have 3 existing TIF districts that do have balances that fall into this unobligated category. Pentagon Park, Southdale 2, and then 70th and Cahill. Collectively, there's about $9.6 million that's available that will eventually expire. And it's staff's recommendation to consider creating a spending plan in order to invest those monies in new projects in the next few years. The state law allows these monies to go to fill a gap in the budget of private sector development. This could include new construction or substantial rehabilitation or renovation of an existing building. The work could include private improvements to the property itself, or public improvements that are directly related to that project. And eventually the city could choose to use these funds through a loan, through a grant, or through an equity investment in any private project. I want to be clear, though, that the state law is also clear that these funds cannot be used for new public buildings, new fire stations, new public parks, or just general public improvements, road restriping, sewer lining, those types of things. Those are not eligible types of projects. The key goal of this program is to create jobs. So there's a few things that any use of these monies must do. It must be focused on construction. It must create jobs, which would include construction jobs. It must be used so that a project that's lagging can get restarted and actually get finished. And then staff is recommending one additional measure to this. It's not required by state law, but we think it's best practice here. And that is any project supported with these funds eventually would also deliver public benefits, not just benefits to the private developer. So the state legislation requires that a public hearing be scheduled to consider this type of spending plan. That's what's happening this evening. The legislation actually gives us a little bit more generous deadline. We don't have to finish this until the end of next year, 2022. But we're not able to use any of these monies until we actually adopt this plan and apply the strategy. And then eventually we have until 2025 to apply those funds. So staff is recommending a two-step process. The first would be to adopt a spending plan that would create this new program. And also adopt a separate policy that guides how we would select new projects. And then the second key step would be awarding these funds to selected projects on a case-by-case basis. That's something we would propose to do in the future as projects evolve. We'd recommend that we be strategic in the type and location of the use of these monies. Try to spread them around throughout all the commercial areas in Edina, not just focused on one particular part of town. And of course, we're required and fully intend to comply with all state laws and rules about transparency and having these funds be properly reported and accounted for. That goes without saying, but I thought I should say it anyway. So in summary, the proposed spending plan is included in your packet. We're here to have a public hearing to hear additional public input on it. This new legislation allows this opportunity to happen. It's very rare that something like this is possible, but this is one of those rare instances. We recommend that in the future, we consider the spending plan to be adopted this year so that we can start funding good projects. We recommend that the policy be considered also at our next meeting. And then finally, we recommend that we really apply a focus to identify projects later this year and also in 2022 so that we can invest as much of these funds as possible before the deadline expires. And so with that, I'm happy to stand for any question. Also with us, Nick Anhut from Ellers is on the line. He was unfortunately not able to join us in person tonight, but staff worked extensively with Ellers Associates and with our special counsel at Dorsey and Whitney to make sure that the spending plan abided by this new special state law. So with that, we'll turn it back to you, Mr.
All right. Thank you. I was trying to see if Mr. Anhut was behind you there, but he's with us virtually, so we've got him available from a public finance standpoint. Does anyone have any questions for Manager Neuendorf at this point in time? All right. Mayor Anderson, go ahead.
Good evening, Manager Neuendorf. The question I have is are these funds, can they be used for infrastructure projects?
They could be used for infrastructure as long as they're directly related to a new private investment.
It has to be a new private investment.
Correct.
There was a communication you may have seen from a resident suggesting that in coordination with the pending Eden-Wilson TIF district, that these funds available here could also be used to extend the green lines that have been discussed tonight. Is that possible?
That definitely is a possibility. We'd have to address that separately on a case-by-case basis, but that is a possibility.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have three questions. One is really specific. In slide 5, can you tell us what that green line is that goes through the city there? This is slide, I have it on slide 5 on my thing. That's the one prior to that, or It's the picture, yeah, it's got this green line around, around the city. Yeah, it's the previous one, there you go. Yeah, I can't see the number on here.
Oh,
So what's the green line?
So what's the green line? So the map, great question. The map obviously is Edina. The green line is the boundaries of what's called the Southeast Edina Redevelopment Project Area. And that green line shows the boundary wherein these funds can be used.
Okay.
So we hit all the commercial areas in the community, with the exception of the industrial areas on Washington and some of the commercial areas on Lincoln. But the vast majority of commercial districts are included within that green line.
Okay, thank you.
And we were prohibited by federal law. And we were prohibited by federal law from just putting the entire city into the redevelopment district, so that's why there's only a portion.
so this district line was crafted some years ago now.
It was, and I think it was maybe 2012, Bill, where we expanded it. It was somewhere in that time frame. It was pretty small, actually, around just the Centennial Lakes area, and we made an expansion of it at that time.
I think we expanded it to cover all of those areas of potential redevelopment.
Yep.
44th and France, 50th France, you know, the ones that we know, Valley View, Wooddale, and 70th and Cahill.
All right, great, thank you so much. My second question is I want to rephrase what you said in your presentation, that tonight we're writing out the criteria for awarding projects and not particular projects. So when things come before us, we have a predetermined set of policies to look at, so they're not random decisions. Is that a good summary?
That's exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question is a real big picture question. Can you tell us, do you have any sort of data on how the pandemic has affected the economy of Edina?
That's a good question.
I'm sorry, I should have probably given you this
Yeah.
before, and it just
Yeah.
came to me as we were talking now.
I don't have any hard numbers on that. The commercial sector has, if we ignore all the immediate impact to businesses that were closed and customers that left and haven't come back yet, if you look at the overall economic redevelopment portion of it, I think we only lost one project. One of the hotels at Pentagon Park was delayed and then delayed again, and eventually that will recover, but I think that's one of the few projects that was really stymied by the pandemic. But right now, we've got a couple in the pipeline that we'll hear one later this evening, that's been impacted by the cost escalation and issues in the supply chain that are affecting every new project. So Edina certainly has felt an impact, and having these funds available will certainly make a difference. Actually, one new construction project, the hotel was affected. Another one is an office renovation that's also fairly significant. The old Regis facility, Regis headquarters right off of Highway 100. That was one project we were just poised to get going with a good project and had a meeting with the developer. That was scheduled on the day that everything hit back in March of 2020. We ended up canceling that meeting, realizing that, hey, something big seems to be happening here, and that project is stalled. It's a great site, great project, but right now it's lagging. That's another one that might need some attention here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyone else? Okay, good. Thank you. This is consistent with the presentation we had at the HRA. And now I think because it is a public hearing matter, we're going to open it up for public testimony. If you're online watching and wish to testify, again, a reminder that the call-in number is 800-374-0221. And we'll take public testimony tonight both from folks in chambers and then online, and then we will hold this matter open for more public input until noon on November 8th, 2021, and then we will continue it for action at the November 16, 2021 City Council meeting. So now I'm going to open this up for public testimony. I'm going to go first to folks that might be here with us in chambers that want to testify and ask anybody that wishes to testify to come forward. Just a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes to testify, and you'll get a yellow light when you got 30 seconds left, and you should wrap up your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name's Kirk Adalin. I live at 4800 Hilltop Lane in Edina. One of the issues I have concerns about with this particular discussion of reallocating TIF funds is you all just voted on creating a new TIF district, or you're going to, and a new project. And you've assured us in the Sunny Slope neighborhood that the TIF funding is going to go to support these construction projects in terms of traffic, which are concepts. Is that correct? Where did Mr. Milner go? So my question is, you are now proposing shifting TIF funds out of TIF districts. And I guess one question I have is, when you create TIF districts, you are taking money away from the public school system for the life of the TIF district. So another possibility would be, if there's funds left over, why don't you reallocate the appropriate portion to the Edina public school system instead of trying to give it to more development? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dolan. Anyone else in chambers? Okay, seeing no one come forward, is there anyone online that wishes to testify?
I have Ms. Lori Groats ready to speak with you again. Operator, will you please unmute Lori's line? And Lori, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Yes, Lori Groats, 5513 Park Place. Mr. Neuendorf mentioned that the policy and the plan didn't have to be approved until the end of 2022. What I wanted to bring to attention is the Southdale 2 TIF district, which has $8.6 million of unallocated TIF dollars, which means excess dollars. That TIF district expires or retires at the end of 2021. I think that's the reason why they want to adopt the policy and the plan tonight and next meeting. Otherwise, they lose those dollars. And I think that they should let the Southdale 2 TIF district, I think it should be retired. And the $8.6 million in there should go back to the respective taxing districts, meaning the county, the city, and the school districts. And I don't think what you're doing is right. And also, it has been spoken before that monies out of this fund would be given, I think the number was $300,000 to make improvements to the Edina Theater. The owner of the Edina Theater has let her property fall into disrepair many years before the pandemic. And I think it's wrong for the city to be giving her money, of giving our TIF dollar monies to her to improve her properties, unless there can be some type of an attachment to this, so that when she decides to sell her property in the future, the city gets the money back. I applaud the man's trying to come and, rehabilitate and save the movie theater, but I don't think it's the taxpayers' responsibilities to pay for improvements on a property that the property owner left in disrepair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Groats.
I have no other callers on the line at this time.
All right. Wait just a moment here before I entertain a motion. All right. As I mentioned, our practice has been to close the public hearing at noon on the following Wednesday. Is there a motion to close the public hearing at noon on November 8th, 2021, and continue this matter for action at the November 16, 2021 City Council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member Staunton, second by Member Jackson to close the public hearing on this matter regarding the Resolution 2021-105 at noon on November 8th, 2021. Continue the action on the matter to the November 16, 2021 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. I don't know if we want to address some of these questions or concerns that came up tonight, or you want to address them after the public hearing is closed and we meet next month. And in 2 weeks, excuse me, November 18th.
I think we would prefer to do that. And actually, we are bringing, at that time, we'll bring you some more information about, that's very specific to school districts that we will get from the schools.
Sure. And then I think to Mr. Dolan's using, his notion of these unallocated funds, where these funds are posited right now, where they belong. It's not like we're moving funds out of what we're proposing to set up in a new TIF district. There are existing TIF districts that we were proposing to consolidate that have unallocated funds in them right now.
Right.
I think that should be made clear too in your subsequent comments. So, okay, all right, let's move on to the next matter, which is a matter that Director Teague has. Resolution 2021-103 and Ordinance 2021-13. We approved a project a while back at the U.S. Bank site on that 6+ acre site, and some financing issues have arisen with escalating costs and supply chain challenges, and folks over there have had to essentially reboot the project, and that requires, if they want an ordinance amendment and a revised overall development plan change, they need to come back to the council, and that's what they're doing. They're coming back and saying, yeah, we as much as we wanted to do the other plan, we couldn't do it, but here's what we figured out we can do. And so you're going to talk about that now, Director Teague, and then we're going to have a presentation, I think, by some of the folks on the Ted Carlson's team, and also from Mortensen. But go ahead, Director Teague.
That's exactly right. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So a property that you are all very familiar with, 70th and France, the old U.S. Bank site, existing just over 66,000 square foot office building and bank, guided in our comprehensive plan as Community Activity Center, which is our most intense development district in the city. You approved a plan this past June for mixed-use development of the site for office, retail, the high-rise apartment that you see on the screen. One of the key elements in approving that plan was dividing this 6-acre parcel into 4 smaller parcels and providing access north-south through the site to provide access to the properties to the south, and east-west to provide pedestrian and vehicular access to the east. So at that time we platted the property, so that public space has been platted with easements over it, so we're working within the confines of that existing plat that was recently approved. So the approved plans included the 1-story U.S. Bank building. That stays the same, no change there. The 24-story, 270-unit apartment with 5,000 square feet of retail, a 10-story, 190,000 square foot office and retail building that included parking, and a 9-story, 110-unit apartment building. So the revised plans, again, the bank stays the same. The tall apartment, the number of units is slightly reduced, and the architecture has changed. And the retail has been reduced from 5,000 square feet to 1,500. The 9-story building on the corner has been reduced to 6 to 7 stories. The square footage is about the same, but the parking essentially has been removed over to where the 9-story or 10-story apartment building was going to be located. And so that's replaced with an 8-level, 540-stall parking ramp with a bike facility. So here is a rendering of the proposed plan. So some of the notable changes include, you may recall there was a park on the south side of the apartment building. That's shifted to this location here. Also, there was access points to the office retail on what's going to be called Ewing Avenue here and the apartment. There's now no vehicular access, so this is a complete pedestrian street. There's no conflicts with cars moving in and out of those buildings. And this is where the parking ramp is now relocated to. Just a quick rendering of this is that Ewing Street. So you can see how the street is opened up with this additional park space. I'll move through these slides quickly. The applicant will go into this in more detail. But you can see the changes. On the left-hand side is the approved project, and on the right hand is what was approved. Note on this slide, this was the parking that was to be provided within that office retail building. That's been removed from the structure. And again, I'll just move through these quickly as the applicant will go into more detail. I want to stop on this slide. This is along 70th Street. Mick Johnson of Architecture Field Office, as he normally does, provides a critique of the project. He was most concerned, or one of his concerns was the street typology here on 70th. The building is, he's concerned with the step back above isn't quite as far as the approved plan, and the building articulation is not quite as much as well. This graphic shows that this is the approved plan. See, the step in was about 14 feet. As proposed, it's 12, with not quite as much articulation. These last slides show the proposed parking ramp. So this request requires, as mentioned, the zoning ordinance amendment to revise the approved PUD for the site and an amendment to the overall development plan. So this is a project, again, that the city has complete discretion to approve or deny. Just quick review of the site plan. In terms of access, I mentioned the previous plan had vehicular access at these points. They have been eliminated. One thing I also want to mention that there was a grocery store that was planned within this building. That's not part of the plans today, so the loading dock within this building has gotten much smaller. And the other access points would be off the eastern drive. All the setbacks are the same as what was proposed, so there's no changes in that regard to the PUD. In terms of landscaping, this is the landscape plan. What's not shown here is the double row of trees. That is the intent. That would be part of any final development. So it is in conformance with the landscaping. A traffic study was updated by Wenck & Associates. Ed Terhar is on the call with us this evening. Should any specific questions come up in regard to the traffic and parking study. But the study has concluded that with the reduction of about 100 units and the elimination of that grocery store, there would be about 25 to 40% less traffic generated to the project compared to the previously approved project. One of the significant, because of those reductions, you recall there was a right turn lane that was required on France, right turn onto 70th. That's now not needed because of that reduction in trips. In terms of building materials, again, this was noted in Mick Johnson's review. There's no brick or stone shown on the first levels, which is a code requirement, and also highlighted within the design guidelines. The applicant is agreeable to a condition that's been added in the approving resolution that would require that brick and stone material at ground levels. In terms of parking, based on the square footage and the number of units, about just under 1,100 parking stalls are required. They're proposing here just over 1,100. Part of the parking study that was done by Wenck concludes that 695 stalls would be required with this project. That's 417 over what they're providing. So the idea is that would become district parking with an easement over at least that many spaces. Some of those details will be worked out again at any final approval.
Can I just interrupt there for
Yeah,
1 second?
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So the code requires the 1,100 or so, and they're providing slightly more than that. But the parking study says we don't need that many.
Correct.
And so there are, what did you say, how many spaces?
It's 417 over what the parking study concluded that they needed.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So district parking was one of the items highlighted in the Greater Southdale District Plan. The idea was to screen or shield that district parking if it's within a freestanding structure with liner buildings. Because that the property has already been platted, that site where they're proposing the parking is just not big enough to provide the parking that they need in addition and including those liner buildings. So that's why you're not seeing that in the plan. So primary issue for consideration, are the proposed changes to the PUD reasonable to justify this amendment? The Planning Commission, their recommendation is for denial. Some of the concerns that they had included the freestanding parking ramp, and this was noted in Mick Johnson's review as well, there's not as much activation on the street level as a result of the parking structure and the reduction in commercial square footage underneath the tower. They had concerns about no affordable housing provided within the project. They're proposing a buy-in or potentially units elsewhere. Again, that would be worked out at any final approval. And they also were concerned with the number of parking spaces that are provided. They didn't believe that, based on that, again, that parking study, that they need as many spaces as provided. However, staff is recommending approval. We believe that the Greater Southdale Design Experience Guidelines, the spirit and intent is still met here with the division of the property into smaller blocks, providing those pedestrian and vehicular connections to adjacent properties, increasing the public realm, the building with those building material enhancements that I mentioned, and potentially doing some adjustments to that street typology on 70th. And again, with the reduction of the number of units and the trip generation, the public space within those north-south and east-west connections, it makes up 26% of the site. So that's considered all public realm. And that we believe that the pedestrian experience would be enhanced on Ewing as a result of no vehicular conflicts in and out of those two northerly buildings. Again, this graphic just indicates the 26% of the public realm within the site. We had a number of comments on Better Together, both for and against. Those that were against the project expressed concern about the lack of affordable housing on the site. They don't like the switch in the plans so soon after approval, and a lot of concern over the height of the tower. Those that were in favor included they like the activity that's brought to the district and just a general like for the project. So with that, we are recommending that you close the public hearing at noon on November 8th and then continue action to November 16th. With that, I can stand for questions, and the applicant is here for a presentation as well.
All right, thank you, Director Teague. Member Pierce, any questions at this point in time? All right, Member Staunton?
What happens if the application for an amendment gets denied? What can happen on the site?
They're bound to that PUD that was approved in June, so they would have to build what was approved.
So could they build part of it and not build the rest of it?
Certainly, yeah, they could come in with, the next phase. It could be one or two of those 3 remaining sites. As long as it's consistent with that approved overall plan, they could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Could they do nothing and leave it the way it is?
They could do nothing.
All right. Member Anderson?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Teague. The Planning Commission's response, how would you describe that?
They did express, They liked some of the changes, you know, particularly along Ewing, but they were pretty unanimous on not liking the structured parking. They believed that there wasn't as much street activity at ground level, kind of similar to the comments that were made by Mick Johnson in his review. And they believed that it was too many parking stalls provided here with this project.
I see. And there have been no changes in the plan since the Planning Commission review. Is that
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Member Jackson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my first question is about that right turn lane that they were going to, the cutout right turn lane. Let's talk a little bit, you don't have a picture in here, but what France Avenue looks like currently. It's about 6 lanes at this point now, isn't it? And is that correct? At that corner of 70th and France?
I believe that's right.
Yeah, so we've got, there'd be, you know, obviously the sidewalk is there, so that would make the transition across France what it is now. It wouldn't change it at all, and it wouldn't make it wider like we were talking about before.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
and then with the right turn lane into the drive-through bank, that's not going to cause any rear-ending or anything like that at this point. It's been approved, and Wink's comfortable with that.
That's correct.
Okay, but we do keep France Avenue at its current size and not make it wider.
That's right.
Okay. The second question I have for you is with the office building. When's the last time we had a comparable office building like this built in Edina? Do you know?
Ooh, a new office building. Yeah, it's been quite some time. I've been with the city 15 years, and we haven't had one built in my time. I'm not sure previous to that.
Okay, so when we did the parking study, that's based on, and Wink did that, is that correct?
Yeah, so SPAC.
Or SPAC did,
They
yeah,
did the
SPAC did.
original study. They
Okay.
no longer provide that service anymore, so
Okay.
that's when we brought in Wink to do the
Okay,
update.
so we're relying on them to tell us what a commercial office building needs in terms of parking. So, and we don't have anything in our own experience here in the last 15, 16 years to compare that against.
That's right.
Okay, great, thank you.
Director Teague, how does the amended plan proposed by the applicant align with our sustainability plan?
Oh, yes. So it has been reviewed by Grace Hancock, our sustainability coordinator, and the applicant has been in some extensive discussions. And it's my understanding that maybe I could let Director Milner, who has a little more direct knowledge with it, speak.
Yeah, they've been in discussions. You know, we have the sustainability buildings policy coming forward to the council later this month. So those discussions have been happening with the developer. I think he's going to speak to those items tonight. So I think they're going to meet many of the requirements of that policy, but not all of them. And recall that policy was going to go into effect April 1st of next year. So they're meeting most of those requirements, and I would imagine they might speak to that this evening.
All right, good. Well, we'll look forward to that in the presentation. From the time we approved this project and they had the tall apartment building there, are there any changes in the height of the apartment building from the one that application was approved to this application?
Yes, it has gotten slightly smaller. The approved plan was 282 feet, and this plan is 270 feet, so 12 feet lower.
Okay, all right. And then, let's see, I thought I had one more question for you. Oh, would you tell us again why staff continues to support the amendment? What do you like about it? Why do you think we should approve it from a council standpoint?
Yeah, again, it's consistent with dividing the property into 4 smaller parcels. Go to this slide. We believe that there is quite an improved enhancement to the Ewing Avenue experience, which could be continued. You recall we have the easement over that property to the south, over the bank site, where we could continue that, where there would be no vehicular movements in each direction, depending on how this site would redevelop. But we believe this is a big enhancement with the, this would receive much more sunlight. You recall the park was on this side, and this was to be a 10-story building, probably in the shade, much more so than being able to open this space up. So we do believe it's still, there may not be quite as much ground level activity as the previous plan, but there still would be a significant amount.
All right, good. You had mentioned in your presentation too that you thought the key question was whether the changes to the approved plan are reasonable. And would you articulate again for us why you think the proposed changes are reasonable?
Let's see. Again, I guess I would go back to, it's still consistent with the general site plan layout, the massing of the project. With those improvements or creating the stone brick at the street level, there's still going to be a lot of street activation. The reducing the density and not having the grocery store, reducing trips, the trips generated to the site, not having to do that right turn lane on France Avenue. Those would be some of the highlights that staff would see.
All right, good. Thank you. Anybody else have further questions for
Yeah, I
Director Teague? Member Staunton?
So did the design experience guidelines speak to the floor plates on a standalone parking ramp?
They did. Yeah,
What do they say?
Yeah, the desire is to have the flat floor plates where they could be repurposed in the future. The applicants have stated again, because of the small size of that site, in order to get the number of parking stalls that they needed, they just weren't able to design a ramp like that.
Is there anything that would prohibit us from cutting the site into 4 pieces that would not result in a straight street of 71st Street?
It would be possible. It would have to be replatted. You remember, the site's been platted, so, but you can certainly replat it to make that lot bigger.
And is there anything in the design experience guidelines that contemplates a standalone parking ramp without any liner or other program activity on it?
There isn't, no. The idea was to screen those types of structures.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Staunton. All right, I understand the applicant's going to make a presentation to us on the revised plan, and so we've got a team here with us.
Just a big one.
Just a big one. Okay. Well, good evening, council members. Thank you for your time tonight. On behalf of Orion Investments, my company, but importantly our partners at ESG and Mortensen, we're excited to bring to you what we think is a improved project over the approved project that we were successful with in December of last year. So,
All right, would you identify yourself too for the record, please?
I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Ted Carlson with Orion Investments.
Thank you.
And I'm Brent Webb with Mortensen.
Neil Reardon with ESG Architecture and Design.
So thank you. So, we're going to touch tonight on how we really paid attention to the design experience guidelines and we think brought further enhancement to Ewing Avenue, how we're, balancing the needs of many different constituents over the past 10 months or 11 months as we've evaluated this project, and really what we think has come up with some betterment. So, most recently, we've had a neighborhood meeting on October 5th. And we had a planning commission meeting on the 13th, and then we held a second neighborhood meeting on October 26th. So we've had 4 community meetings in pursuit of bringing this project to life.
And really, what we want to talk about is what does this mean for our community and the residents of Edina? This is a primary corner at 70th and France. This project is bold, it's visionary, it's transformative, and it's connective. It's the intersection of commerce where we can live, work, and play together. This is an almost $250 million project. Okay, this is just further excellence of what we all in Edina want. We want great, innovative projects that connect the community and expand beyond the borders. So that's what we've adhered to from the very beginning of this project, was to make this site, make the Southdale District even better. So accordingly, we think we've enhanced the design principles from the original submission. With the sites platted and the easements are in place, and we've had to adjust to market conditions. We've faced a lot of headwinds over the past 11 months as we've been adjusted to kind of the new normal, so to speak. So we took a real major focus on Ewing Avenue. We pulled our parking access points, as Director Teague pointed out, off of Ewing. So we can now close Ewing for community events. Think a concert, think a 70th and France Art Fair, think of food trucks and movie night. So we think that we've done better activation on Ewing, which creates more engagement. This plaza is better located within the site, and it's slightly larger. And so we've also come up with flexible retail solutions here. So while a retail footprint may have shrunk, in fact, we believe that the activation not only along Ewing here, but in the future along 71st and on Drew is really possible. So as we continue to present to you tonight, I think you'll see this future thinking. How do we transform this district, meet the demands of today, but plan for tomorrow? Lastly, as Director Teague touched on, we've enhanced the connectivity, we've got less density, we've got less height, we've got less traffic, and we came up with a standalone ramp because in their previous project, the parking was built into the buildings. And when parking's built into buildings, it's there forever. And it's much longer duration possible to be changed. We need a project today that with our 12 constituents, that again, we worked with to satisfy everyone's needs, including, the neighborhood, the county with France Avenue, council tonight, the planning commission, the watershed district, which has totally approved our stormwater plan, of which there's none, retail tenants, office tenants, multifamily tenants, debt partners, lenders, equity sources, construction, pricing in today's market, and managers of these projects. We've had input from all 12 of these groups to make this project better. And so we had to pull the parking out of the project. We've had to put it in a standalone ramp, and that is serving the needs of today. It can also potentially serve the needs of the future or be repurposed in the future, much like the U.S. Bank branch itself could be a stepping stone to repurposing in the future. Regarding affordable housing, we're excited to make the commitment to affordable. We specifically made a promise last December to the council that we'd do everything to bring affordable light. Brent will touch further on that. But we're committed to doing that, and we're committed to adhering to the policy, and we're committed at this point to buying in of almost $3.4 million at $125,000 a unit, which I think would be the first project in our city to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Neil Reardon with ESG to talk a little bit more about some specific design features of the project.
Yes, thank you, Ted. Director Teague did a great job of summarizing a lot of the changes, so you've already heard those. I'll try not to reiterate much of that, but just so we're all on the same page, what we've done here on this slide that you're seeing in front of you is label these sites. Site A is, again, that 24-story tower with the associated parking and then active retail liner. And then project site B is the office retail component, which also includes the newly relocated Pocket Park. We're still referring to site C as site C, and that pad is the same as you can see, and that's the parking structure. And then site D, just to note that's always been referred to as site D, but really phase one, the U.S. Bank project that was previously approved and has not changed, as Director Teague noted. So moving along to kind of this question about active street frontage, first and foremost at site B on the northwest part of the project, you can see that active zone there in the dark blue of the retail frontage, with the triangles indicating, possible door locations and points of entry into that level 1 retail space, as well as the office lobby that fronts the southern half of the Pocket Park. So we don't know exact locations of those active entries, but we do know that, and you can see in the architecture that there's that glassy portion of activation at all of those zones, and that's what that blue line represents, is that permeable, if you will, street engagement. So then moving across to Site A, the residential lobby there, you can see in the pink-red color, that is also a very active space at street level. It has a few less entries, but those are going to be amenity spaces. Those are going to be active things that front this urban boulevard, like is called for in the Southdale plan. So then moving south on A, Ted already alluded to it, but the retail pods and flex retail pods, we really think that these are opportunities, even in the short term, to really put something that's active there during times of high usage, and then it's flexible space for times when there may not be a ton of demand. Additionally, there's a parking lobby entrance along there. And then just to highlight on Site C, there's a rather, we'll show a rendering of it in a moment, but there's a rather ample bicycle storage facility that fronts the street, which we think is a nice active use there for all users and patrons of the site. And then lastly, Ted already alluded to it, but the future opportunities to do active retail as the district evolves. So one could see, as 71st is extended east towards the promenade, as the sites to the east are developed, a more active streetscape. So the ability to add those frontages along those areas you see in yellow on both sites A and C is really valuable.
Yeah, and Neil, I'd just like to interject there real quick, is that the easements are in place already, so that the future continuation of Ewing to the south and the future realignment of Drew, as hopefully the property to the east at some point in the future is developed, we can create similar streetscapes which are 100% aligned with the streetscapes of the design experience guidelines in the future around the rest of this project.
Right. So we wanted to provide that graphic to really illustrate kind of how we see those frontages interacting with what really becomes the public streets, the public block plan that's called for in the Southdale area guidelines. So then moving on, just to kind of summarize again, it's a reduction in residential density down to 270 units. The height of the office building, as noted, has been reduced because of the move to take the parking component out of that part of the project. The multifamily tower height has been reduced as well. And really, the major change I see to this, and it's such a positive, is the relocation of that Pocket Park to Ewing with greater sunlight and really just a more active area for it to be located in amongst our plan. So then here's the difference kind of in size. You can see on the left, last year's plan, as Director Teague alluded to, it was more linear east and west, and it orientated kind of on the north side of a 9 to 10 story building. What we've done here again is relocated it over to Site B, enhanced it, as well as really used what we were already doing on Ewing, which was really pretty a strong streetscape. With input from the Planning Commission last fall, that really was able to be modified in a nice way. So we removed those curb cuts, added the park. Ewing is really improved, and this is a slightly larger Pocket Park than was proposed previously. So then we'll just run through a few of the renderings. These are the same thing the Planning Commission saw, and this is that view from 70th and France on the northwest corner. I'll just note that the trees were omitted here to kind of to more clearly show that frontage and the 50-foot setback along France. The next rendering there is a shot kind of this corner of Ewing and 71st, kind of looking back at the tower. This is a shot along 70th. And really what the architecture of that residential lobby is starting to look like, and the podium of it as well. It was still having a setback there, as Director Teague noted, but a little less than before. Notable, the architecture of the tower has been slightly revised from the previous proposal. A view from 70th and 71st and Ewing looking northwest. This would be kind of looking at the office lobby. And then looking right down Ewing, so looking directly north down this Ewing space, this would kind of be on a normal day where there wasn't a street fair. In a moment, we're going to show you a few renderings of that activated space, say when the street could possibly be closed. Then going to the corner by the roundabout on 70th, looking at the corner of the residential lobby and podium, as we call it, and just that slim profile of the tower creeping up from that angle. A view from the southwest, a bird's eye here, kind of showing you what this would look like as you approach from the southwest. Again, down from the street, if you were driving north, you can see the Bower, which is finishing construction shortly on the very right-hand side, as well as our tower and the office building on the far left. A rendering of the Site C parking ramp. This would be looking at it from the northeast corner. You can see where how some of the screening materials on that facade are looking, as well as the next slide here shows that bike room I alluded to earlier in the site plan, and a nice glass structure there, where really providing what's probably one of the best bike facilities around, and then a night shot rendering of that parking ramp there. And then I believe Mr. Webb is going to kind of summarize a few sustainability points and existing conditions.
Yeah, council members, mayor, thank you again for having us this evening. I just wanted to again take a step back and just have us all remember what is at 70th and France right now. It's this old bank branch. It's not very well utilized space. And it really doesn't embody and encapsulate what I know a lot of people at the city as well as the neighborhood had envisioned for the Southdale area district. And that's what's really inspiring about us about taking this project forward. And I think there's going to be the stark comparison if you look at this bird's eye view on this next slide of what's there now and really what we're hoping to unlock, because for us it's not just about this project, it's about the future of the Southdale area district. And we have just a quick video that we want to throw up too before we continue. I really hope that video inspires you, because that provides us that thought of what if, what is possible, and that's what we think is. But I think there's just real realities of what needs to happen in order to have this be a true project that comes together. And I'll just hit it right on the head. We do need parking. But when we think about parking, we're not just thinking about parking today. We're thinking about parking about the future. Ted already mentioned this. We're thinking about future flexibility is what we're really thinking about. I think this bold move that we did to actually take the parking out of the office and move it to Site C was a big move, because it does provide us that flexibility. Not only to potentially use it for something else in the future, because we're building out a precast, so it can be disassembled and repurposed for something else, and I'll show you that on the next slide. But also it's thinking about how parking might be used in the future. Because we know that we do have a certain parking need here, but if parking demands change, this really does provide that opportunity for true district parking. And that's why we pull this slide out, because this is part of the Southdale Area District Guidelines. We do understand it doesn't have the liner and it doesn't have the flat plates, and that's really being driven because we're trying to balance the parking need, but also really maintaining the street grid system, because that is also future looking. It's hard to do both. We're trying to do the best while thinking forward, but also thinking about today. And then I know that a lot of people have gotten confused about the numbers, so I think this slide's really important as well. Although the report is saying that we're slightly overparked, we're saying that we're slightly above the code minimum by about 83 stalls. but actually 18 of those stalls are actually street parking, so we're actually 65 over what the code minimum is. And we're just about 5 over what we were previously approved for. So we don't feel like we're providing an over amount of parking. Plus, we're being really informed by the market as well. We've engaged CBRE as our broker that's listing the office space, and they're helping us inform what's appropriate for market today. They've done a parking study for us as well. We can pull up this report for you as well, and they've actually canvassed different office products. And I think Councilmember Jackson asked the question, when was the last time an office project like this was delivered in Edina? It's been over 30 years. And I think if we're thinking about how do we truly make this successful, I think the reality is, probably most of us drove here tonight, parking is needed today. But we also think this is forward-looking as well, because we're thinking about how can the future demands for parking change and how can this project support it. And then you're seeing this image here on the bottom right-hand corner, which is that Spectrum Commerce. That's actually a parking ramp that was existing at the airport that was repurposed as now as an industrial building in Egan. So it can be done, and that's how we're thinking about this future flexibility. So yes, maybe it can be district parking, but it could be another development like we mentioned before as a US Bank project. The other thing I'm really excited about, and I know that we've been trying to make these adjustments because of market demands, but we really dug in on sustainability. We were taking cues and had a lot of conversations with Grace, as was mentioned before, and we think we're approaching this whole project holistically on sustainability. It's not just one project, it's all intentional in their own way. And the first is the parking ramp. So we are going to be approaching this with ParkSmart. It's going to have EV charging stations. I've actually had conversations with our car to see how we can be a partner to reduce the amount of parking in this location as well. But again, it's going to be something that we're going to be achieving on the parking garage. And I really like this slide too, because it's really showing again how each components of this project are going to have some sustainability. I'm excited to say that the office is going to be the first office project that's really going to adhere to these Harvard 9 principles. And it's very similar to Well, but it's really focused on that tenant experience. It's how they're experienced in the office project from an air quality perspective, from a safety perspective, to a water quality perspective, to the materials that we're using. All those elements and how the tenants experience this office will be the first of its kind in Edina. We're going to be designing to the LEED standards with the multifamily portion, and again, like I mentioned, the ParkSmart for the parking garage. And before you go to the next slide, you're missing that really cool image that we probably should blow up, but yes, solar. So right now we are trying to figure out ways that we can incorporate solar. More specifically, we're trying to incorporate into the facade for the parking garage.
And I would like to toot our project partner's horn on solar, and that no one in the world has installed more solar than Mortensen. So when we talk about aligning with subject matter experts, when it comes to solar and sustainability, Mortensen is the leader worldwide in solar.
Okay, so back to just a couple enhanced renderings. As Director Teague mentioned, the project really hasn't changed, but what we've done here is illustrate a few more things in the imagery for you. This is a view of the required 50-foot setback along France Avenue, and here you see it kind of with those trees, with that landscaping and those active uses along there. There were some questions previously at different points about what is that space along the setback is. We know it's along a busy street. We know there's a required 50-foot setback. So we wanted to illustrate that further and show, that this is an active frontage, if you will. It has a double-line sidewalk. It has the stormwater, which was mentioned earlier, happening below it, and in a district way, which is really advantageous way to approach it, and that's been approved by the watershed. And then lastly, there was some notation earlier about the materiality of level 1, and what we're proposing there is a metal panel, and we wanted to illustrate that to you in this image as well, and the quality of that material, how these entries and openings are looking, and the undulation of that level 1 facade. So then kind of moving along to a couple other images, we wanted to present some ideas about how this street could be closed. We mentioned that earlier, that this is kind of the art fair condition, if you will, where the street's really activated. There's lots of people. There's programmed events in the public park plaza, but also along Ewing. And there you can see in some more detail, just kind of up close of those activated retail pods that, there you go, Ted, yeah, that, how those could be used. It's a garage door that peels up, and they're rented out to folks who would be selling things, or just, could not be necessarily retail as well. They're very flexible in that way in terms of use. And then just a few more images along Ewing, I think. Kind of showing what that active use looks like with food trucks and vendors. And then again, just kind of this bird's eye view from the northwest, showing it in context with some of the other developments nearby, and kind of what this looks like from a plane perspective. Lastly, Director Teague had a slide like this, but the items in orange are things that we've modified and improved. Items in gray there generally have been kept very similar to the previous rendition of the approved PUD in December of 2020. And then just to kind of summarize again, it's design improvements, it's less residential density. The office building was reorganized with the removal of the parking, multifamily tower reduced, and really this improvement along Ewing is the major change in my mind.
So as we try to articulate more thoroughly or better to the council tonight, we think about, what's the public alignment here? And it's really a project that's designed to transform, innovate, and connect. We've got a great approach on sustainability. We've got a great approach on equity. And we've got to put a lot of thought into how to create further community engagement here. So we really want to, talk about the intersection of all these different things coming together on this 6-acre site at a primary corner within our community. So with that, we will stand for questions and look forward to further dialogue and feedback. Thank you.
I had one quick one. I think you mentioned earlier that maybe Mr. Webb was going to comment on the affordable housing issue and why those things switched up. That might be important for us to hear too.
Sure. And I think I've provided this context before when we presented at the HRA. So we still continue to and will commit to affordable housing. And this has been a journey for us. We've gone out, we've done an RFP previously last year. We did select a partner. We were actually going down the path of a term sheet. And then there was just this impact of rising costs and supply chain that really did impact our project. So we had to figure out how we could create this future flexibility that we talked about, with which we really also need, which is the parking. But I don't think this journey for affordable is over. We're 100% committed. And right now it's this buy-in, but I think the work that we have to do, since we have time, we have to do this buy-in when we pull a permit for the multifamily portion, which could happen at the end of 22, or it could happen at the beginning of 2023. And I think there's a lot of runway for us to really explore how can this buy-in actually have true tangible impact in the community. Could it be used for, maybe it's naturally occurring affordable housing that we're currently exploring with other brokers right now to find out if we can find an opportunity here in Edina. Or can we go even further and think about, can it be used towards, I had a conversation with Stephanie, and apparently there's single-family homes that could be put into a fund that this money could be allocated to it. I think there's a lot of possibilities that can be explored here, and I think for us, we are committed, and I think this buy-in can really go a long way.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Webb. Let's go to my colleagues here and see if anyone on the council has questions for the development team. Member Pierce?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just starting with the comment first on affordable housing. While there was a lot to like about the development, one of the things we talked a lot about was liking the affordable housing. And so it is a somewhat of a disappointment that is shifting. And so the concepts that you're describing, though, are intriguing. I, for one, think that if there's a creative way that we can not just use the buy-in, but, and I'm going to phrase it this way, almost have some kind of commitment that there's a construct how we will be able to use this and leverage it and extend that benefit, as opposed to just saying, well, we're going to do the buy-in. And I know you're not saying it that way, but when the community hears developers say, we're going to do a buy-in, oftentimes it's internalized as a developer who does not choose to provide the affordable housing within their complex. The buy-in is sometimes thought of as a way out. Now, you're not describing it that way, and I appreciate that, but my comment is that I think if we move forward, I'd like for us to be thinking about how we can ensure that whatever that construct is, we can deliver on it. So that's the one statement I would make. And I do know that Mortensen, for sure, the organization agrees with trying to find ways to build equity. They're active in other parts throughout Minneapolis. And so I'm pretty sure we could come up with something that's more than just a statement of we're going to do the buy-in. So that's the one comment I'd make there. I like the solar enhancements. I really like the activation of Ewing. It feels like an area that is inviting. And then we've talked a lot about how can we accelerate the green development ideas. How can we have a better footprint that has less carbon? And so you've got lots of activations in this development that I think will help accomplish that. The one question I have may be, I've got two questions. One is for you, the other is probably for Director Teague. So first to the three of you, when you describe disassembling the parking, that again is a creative concept that if we're able to repurpose in a cheaper way than having to do a complete tear down and rebuild, that's very intriguing and has an immense value to a city. But I don't really understand how we would do that. And so my question is, if you can, maybe describe what we might use it for. You showed the one example of the airport, not really applicable in this case. So can you maybe describe some ways that you could see in future for that particular site that we might be able to repurpose parking and go through that disassembly process? And then when you're done, I have one follow-up for Director Teague.
Thank you, Councilmember Pierce, for the comments and the question. And Ted and Neil, feel free to chime in. First, I'll say that I think we've been thinking about this about the needs today, but also about the future. I think what will happen with parking is still unclear. We know that there's obviously a current parking demand, so there is that potential that by having this district parking here, it will enable and spur more development around it. So that still might be the case for the life of the ramp. And that image that I showed you with the Spectrum Commerce, that actually is relevant because that is the new building. So initially it was a parking ramp that was made out of precast, which is the same materials that we're planning on using to build and construct our parking ramp. And it was disassembled, similar fashion that we would do to Spectrum. So it could be repurposed for an industrial building or something else. I know that image is a little confusing because you're actually seeing the stripes on top of that because it was the old ramp. And that's literally what they did. They just disassembled it and used it for another structure.
Yeah, so to piggyback on that, Councilmember Pierce, SpectrumCommerceCenter.com, and I don't know if we have access to the internet here, but this trapezoid building was originally an 8-story ramp on the airport. And that ramp, I believe, was about 12 years old. when it was disassembled, and the precast was used for what would traditionally be steel joists with steel decking and roof, and precast with actually parking on top of this industrial building. So that's what we talk about when we think about repurposing. The other piece of it is that the methodology with which this ramp is built is very efficient. And so instead of having the parking embedded in the building, which is forever, this is a more temporary step, similar to how we see the US Bank site.
Well, thank you. It's a little hard to visualize that, just to imagine how we might use that. But I will take your word for it because you're experts in this. I do like the idea of being able to repurpose, like I mentioned before. So I do think that that is a very positive aspect of this. And then my last question, we talked about parking and the city minimum requirement versus the market demand parking. And I just wanted to be grounded on why the difference in those two perspectives. And so that might, both Director Teague and the development team, you guys may both have aspects of that, but I just think it's important to ground on why those perspectives are different. Thank you.
Sure, I can start with that. So our parking ordinance is quite dated. It's probably 30 plus years old, and that's part of, why the Planning Commission was working on the amendments. So for over the last 10, 15 years, we've relied more on parking studies to determine how many parking stalls are truly needed within a project. So we kind of have the old code requirement and then that parking study perspective to go by. Many of the redevelopment projects that we've done over the years have less parking than what our code actually requires, and we've relied quite heavily on these parking studies.
I mentioned this, but we didn't bring this up on the screen, but what you're seeing is the letter that we received from CBRE. And I think this is really important because there's obviously one thing for having a parking study, but our representatives at CBRE are living and breathing this every day, and they're in real-time conversations right now with tenants, so they understand what those pain points are. And actually, Ted, you probably do as well with your conversations.
Yeah, so when we talk about what's been built recently, well, this would be the first project in 30 years, and we think about transformative and innovative, but unfortunately, this is still a parking-driven community in a parking-driven climate. So, we need to design our office projects to be 4 stalls per 1,000 ratio. The parking study's at 2.3 stalls per 1,000 square feet of office, so there's a significant disconnect there. Secondly, this is a recent article from the Star Tribune on October 5th talking about 50th in France. And if we think about inspiration for this project, Councilmember Pierce, we think about 50th in France and how the public parking there really serves as a catalyst and has really helped carry and kept that district vibrant throughout this pandemic period. And it's referenced over and over about the ability to access, convenience in and out is still very important. So that's why it's a blend of needs of today with future thinking of tomorrow and how the parking is designed.
Thank you. Member Sutton, questions?
So just to put a finer point on this, if you were given the option of having the reduced parking level that the parking study dictates, you would decline that option?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Member Anderson?
Thank you. I have a couple questions, or actually, I'm just looking for an explanation. I understand what you're doing with parking. But there's been give and take in your project about parking, moving parking away from your primary residential tower, and then taking the parking out of the commercials, your office space. Then we're going to move that into the corner. That's essentially it?
Well, we've really did not take any parking out of the multifamily tower.
Okay.
We made that parking podium more efficient on a square footage basis to make it more economical. We did pull the embedded parking out of Site B to Site C.
Okay. And so, so I understand the community parking piece of your presentation, but it's pretty much designated, however, though, as at least during the week, at least during the tenancy, your demand by your tenants, pretty much that parking is allocated to that space.
I think allocation may be a bit strong. I think it's more support.
Okay. All right. Then the solar piece of your presentation, I'm pretty excited about that. And I'm hearing you mention Martinson as a leader in that, and I think that's true. This, however, you're essentially solar ready at this time. Are you planning on actively installing solar?
I should have been more clear on that. So for the parking garage, we're exploring actively installing solar within the facade. We've done this before in Denver on a different parking structure, and so that's what we're exploring right now. I'd like to have more updates for you within the next few weeks. We're actually engaged with another party doing our analysis right now. I mentioned before we have an in-house individual who's essentially an adjunct professor at the university that actually helps write building code, but she's our national representative for sustainability. And she's helping inform and do the actual calculations to understand how large of a solar array that we can actually install on the facade. Obviously, there's going to be a balance of the amount of solar that we're delivering with something that's still meeting the aesthetics that we're hoping to achieve with the ramp. But that's what we're in the midst of right now.
Okay, that's great, thank you. And the removal of the market rate building is, I'm certain that is a concern here. And that was intended, however, as affordable, generally. I'm trying to flash back to the earlier conversations, and that wasn't ever a designated affordable housing project, or there were affordable housing units in it, but not entirely affordable. Is that what I recall?
That's correct.
Okay. And so the reason that came out was essentially just economic reasons.
Well, it was really that when we looked at what's happened with commodity pricing over the past 12 months with a 9% increase in pricing, along with the ability to provide the further gap in affordable between what market is and what affordable is, it just simply was something a hurdle that we could not overcome.
Okay, thank you.
Member Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what I'd like to just go back to slide 7, if we could. I believe it was your slide 7 that showed the activation of the retail space. Yeah. So I'm a little confused by the potential future active frontage. What does that mean?
Sure, I'll go ahead and field that. Thank you, Councilmember. The yellow zones that you see there would essentially replicate what's happening there in the light blue and purple zones, where we say there's retail pods and flex retail pods. So the retail pods are what you saw in the renderings with the overhead garage doors. They're 18 to 20 feet deep, but we think that's actually a nice little zone for these pop-up type of uses. They're flexible in many ways. It's an enclosed space. It's basically raw space at this time, but those are flexible over time to be raw space maybe at first, and then be something more than that along the lines in the future. So then the purple ones where it's labeled flex retail pods, which you see there, those would actually be flexible to be parking stalls or active pods, so they're kind of that halfway approach. And then again, the yellow could be converted to both of those levels in the future, depending upon how the district especially evolves towards the east. So it doesn't, there'd still be able to be parking functions behind it and support it and the district itself at that time. So it's just you can see this just kind of a cascading effect, those being added over time.
Okay, so as the building would be built, you wouldn't have to do a major renovation to add those spaces. There'd be some renovation, but you wouldn't have to tear down anything, or you could just sort of add them in with basic remodeling.
That's correct, Councilmember. Yeah, these spaces are being designed at grade, at a position where they can be converted, and portions, call it bay by bay, could be converted at a fairly easy level as demand would increase, yes.
Okay, thank you.
As well as the streetscape enhanced that fronts them. Yeah.
And I just want to, Councilmember Jackson wanted to add a little bit more to that. This has been really inspired actually by what we've seen in other markets done really, really well, in Nashville, for example. So that's really what inspired this type of use. We've seen it done. Again, I think it's that way that we're kind of thinking about what are the actual demands right now and how can we really plan for this future flexibility. If you think about the activation that's potential to the, what is that, east of the site? That's going to have way more of a pedestrian experience, we hope, in the future. And that will definitely support the need and also potentially demand for retail along that corridor.
Okay, thank you. So if you could provide us with, if you know of a news story about the Nashville project, I'd be really interested in that. I don't know if you've got that resource, but
sure, we can.
I would love to hear that.
We can circulate that.
Because I do have some more questions about the retail. So you showed a garage door opening. This is Minnesota. We have weather. So explain to me a little bit more about how that works. I would hate to think that if it's a windy day, all my, I'm a bookstore, all my books would be ruined. An antique bookseller that's there for a 6-month lease. So first about how the leases would go out for those spaces, and then how as an experience it would be. I can see for a farmer's market, but would I be able to sell antique books in that space without them being ruined if a squall came up?
Councilmember, thank you. That's a great question. Yeah, the idea is that they would be able to be opened up and flexible on a farmer's market type scenario like this, but then there would also be a person door to that retail space, so that if there were to be a tenant that is not selling something in the nature like a farmer's market nature, they would be able to actually occupy that space, have their whatever they're selling, whatever they're doing, and maybe it's not even necessarily selling, they would be able to do that with those garage doors closed, but have a typical retail entry, but then you still get a nice glass facade. So these would be of that quality where, when down, they would function as a glass storefront.
Okay, terrific. And then the envisioning is that these would be different lease lengths, whether it's for a day or a week or 6 months. That would be by the building manager?
Yeah, I think pop-up, whether for that's a weekend or weeks or months or seasonal, whatever it may be, yes.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. I think you answered the question Member Pierce asked about the need for parking with an office space. I think you covered that for me. Let's see. So looking at the green building policy, Director Milner said, yeah, you've been talking to Grace. You're not really 100% in line with the green building policy. Could you tell me where the breakdown is and some what we're asking are for certain third-party certifications on buildings so that we don't have to become certifiers? So can you tell us where you are at with that?
Thank you. We've been in many conversations with Grace, and I wish she was here tonight. I would respectfully ask that between now and November 16th, if you could validate what we say, I'd feel really good about that. Okay. We believe we're in complete compliance with the future proposed Edina sustainability policy.
Okay, terrific. I know sometimes the conversation goes, well, it's like LEED certified, but we're not going to get it certified. And what we learned in talking about this green building policy is the reason we asked for that certification is so that Grace doesn't have to become the certifier, or Ms. Hancock, and that we get that third-party expertise. So that's important. I don't know if that's where the breakdown is, but I'll follow up with that. But I think that the public would like to know that too. So let's see. Looking at the new plaza, I understand the need for activation, but I'm also kind of looking, that's a lot of hardscape. And I know the pervious pavement is like 74% impervious surface here, and I know we're having some stormwater things, but how is this not going to become a heat island?
Great question. Number one, I think it's important to to note that we do have approval for the stormwater management plan from the watershed district. So they've approved our plan. So underneath Ewing is massive stormwater vaults and chambers to control, filter the stormwater. Secondly, hardscape is more programmable for streetscape activation, where sometimes green space is not, as it requires maintenance, muddy, wet, soggy, or unusable for a good chunk of the year. So we think in conjunction with the watershed and with our landscape engineers and civil engineers that we found a great balance, not only on Ewing here, but also out on France, the balance of hardscape versus greenscape.
And on the roofs?
Do you want to touch on
Sure, sure. Happy to touch on the roofs. Yeah, the roof zones you didn't see imagery of tonight, but in the submitted package and the revised amended PUD, there are zones occupied on Site A for residential amenities on a portion of that, call it podium, most close to the tower, kind of in the middle part of A. So that area would have some mix of green and hardscape programs for residents. And then we have actually, in some of these renderings, you can see the zones of green where the boxes kind of shift on Site B. Those would be non-occupiable green zones in those cases, but then there is an occupied green zone, amenity zone, which again would be hardscape and softscape on the roof of Site B, which is a amenity zone for the office tenants.
Okay, and just for my own comfort, people could get out and fix things and repair the plantings on the non-occupiable. It's accessible from maintenance staff.
That's right, yes.
Okay, because we don't want it to become a weed patch that people look at.
Exactly, it's very visible to the office tenants, and so the intent there is that those are very well maintained and they're right outside the window of someone's desk. So.
Yeah, okay. For a little levity, I've had notes from Lester Overholt, I believe, about weeds or too many weeds in the past, and I don't want another one of those. So,
okay, let's see. The east side of the building, I think you answered the question when we talked about the potential for making those activated spaces, the pop-up retail is what I would call it. In the future, right now it's not there. I know that was one of the big concerns Mick Johnson had. He's like, this is a big stretch of nothing but parking. But as the uses change and market changes, that could be fairly easily converted to active space. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can field that one, Councilmember. Again, a pointed question. We'll elaborate on that a little bit. So Drew Avenue, like we're calling it, is that street on the easternmost side of the property. And as those yellow areas could be activated, there's actually a larger plan, and we've talked through it with staff and referenced the Southdale guidelines on what does Drew look like in that future scenario. So say the strip mall to the east becomes a redevelopment site. They're following a similar, vision to the Southdale plan, just like we are. And, then what does Drew look like? That street could be widened. The streetscape could be enhanced, which only furthers to support the conversion of that yellow space to active retail frontage, as well as, what would be proposed on the other side of Drew to the east in that building redevelopment that currently is a strip mall there.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that you did answer the question about previously the parking would have been permanently a part of the office building, and now it's separate so that if the parking needs go down, the site can be redesigned with some environmental impact or lessened environmental impact with the components that can be recycled. So that was my other question, which you answered. Oh, France Avenue and activation. In the previously approved project, we had parking on, was it the second floor up that was on the France and 70th corner? I remember my predecessor, Mike Fisher, talking about, well, gosh, that's going to be, what we want is activity on the France side, but it was primarily parking, wasn't it? And so now we've got offices and humans on that corner, and how that fits in with what we're looking at as a city on France Avenue, and sort of address the concerns that Member Fisher raised last fall.
Yeah, Councilmember, I can address that. That's an improvement. So I'm glad you asked the question to also talk about that. In this rendering here, this new image that we did, not only are we showing what's happening on the ground on that 50-foot setback, the green zones, mix of hardscape and softscape. What shouldn't be lost is level 2 there is pretty close to those spaces, and that's what was the parking wedge, if you would, in the middle of the building previously, and the fact that that's now office space that's an active use looking out onto France Avenue and looking out onto this rather significant square footage of green space and occupiable areas. So, it's an active area. It still has France Avenue there, which just has a lot of traffic. So we've tried to buffer it appropriately, and that's really kind of what that double tree line is about, as well as the double sidewalk is about. But very apt point that level 2 is significantly improved with the parking not being there and deadening it in the past proposal.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Member Sutton?
Just one of the questions that Member Jackson asked. Can you do the aerial photograph or the aerial image of the maybe another one that shows the residential building from the other direction?
Yeah.
That one. What's the white roof over the residential building?
Sure, I can field that, Councilmember. The white zone there is the non-occupied portion. I remember alluded to a moment ago. The kind of the middle zone of Site A being the occupied residential amenity outdoor area. That's white southern portion there would just be a lid on that parking podium at this time, and that's really where the opportunity for rooftop solar would be going forward.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Between the questions I asked Director Teague and listening to my colleagues, I think everything's been covered, so I don't have any questions for you at this point in time. Let's go now to opening this matter up for public testimony. Again, if we've got some folks in the audience, I don't know if they're interested in this matter or others, but we're going to call the matter for public testimony here now. I just want to make sure before we call on anybody in the audience here in City Hall that we first remind people that the call-in number is 800-374-0221. It's up on your screen now, conference ID. Give the operator your name and street address, and then Director Bennerod will bring you in to speak to the council. And a reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. So let's now open this up for public testimony. And is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor. My name is Jim Jensen, and I live in Dawson Lane in Edina. So I live, almost in the shadow of the luxury tower. So when I look at the staff report, I look at the compliance table, right? So because the PUD was never built, I think it's important to remind the City Council what the original standard was. And that's PCD 3, 8 stories or 96 feet, right? So the luxury tower exceeds that by, if you go by floors, 300%. If you go by height, maybe a little bit less than 300%. So this is truly a massive project, building that's going to impact the neighborhood. And we don't have the transition in height looking east from the neighborhoods that I think you would envision from the the design experience guidelines. And I view that as a real negative of this project. Right turn lanes. What a mess, right? So the original traffic report was very detailed. I call it the SPAC report. Does that make sense? So now there's a 4-page memo. The 4-page memo is woefully inadequate, okay? It doesn't reflect the complexity of this project and the potential negative consequences to Southeast Edina. There is a right turn lane that is supposedly not going to be in the project. Well, it just says, so this is at France and 70th Street, but you read the third page, not of the original SPAC report, but the updated memo, right? It says the right turn lane would not be needed in the short term, okay? So if a more detailed analysis was done, I might look at that and say, no, it's needed now, okay? So there's no discussion of level of service of the different intersections with the 4-page memo. Additionally, on the same page of the memo, there's talk of right turn lane, there's talk of 2 intersections that have dedicated right turn lanes. So, because words are precise and words have meaning, I conclude France Avenue is being widened based on what this says in the absence of a diagram. So the traffic thing, a lot of questions are being raised. The analysis is inadequate. So as we see traffic volumes increase on France, right, going north-south and also east-west on 66th and 70th Street, in our neighborhood, when people get kind of stuck going east-west, we call it cut-through traffic that goes through the neighborhood. So if this plan unit development is approved, I feel we're going to be seeing a great deal of cut-through traffic through the neighborhood. And I think, an obvious consequence is a lot of discussion of how to mitigate traffic and noise related to this development. And I don't need to, obviously I'm limited on time. I can't review all the things that have been approved in this, what someone called it an intense development district, right? But traffic is really ramping up in Southeast Edina, and it's important for us to consider this. It's a shame I'm limited to 3 minutes. I think that's what someone said. It's so unfair.
Yeah, go ahead and finish your thought.
Okay, so I'm urging the City Council to vote against the zoning ordinance amendment and the amendment to the overall development plan. The proposed PUD does not follow the Greater Southdale Design Experience Guidelines and is significantly worse than the original plan, number 1. The project will lead to traffic and congestion problems in Southeast Edina. The project is out of scope and size for the neighborhood. The PUD does not respect the neighborhoods to the west. It does not include any significant amenities to the community. I'm in favor of workforce housing, affordable housing. It does not include affordable housing or workforce housing. I'll add money. Money's fungible, right? So there are other mechanisms that the city of Edina could use to come up for affordable housing, other than establishing another TIF district. Again, my final comment is I don't understand how this could be a TIF district. It's not a blighted area. It's not a blighted urban area. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'd like to urge the City Council to please vote against this PUD. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Anyone else in the audience wish to testify? Okay, let's turn to the folks that might be tuning in virtually, and go to Director Benarott and ask her if she has anybody waiting to speak to us.
I do have a handful of people on the call, but as of right now, no one is indicating a desire to speak. To those who are listening, I have one right now. Just a reminder, you need to press star, then the number 1 on your telephone keypad, the asterisk symbol, then the number 1. That will put you in the queue to speak. So first I have Ms. Lori Grotz. Operator, will you please unmute her line? And Lori, please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Yep, I feel like I'm the only resident in the city that ever calls in. I'm sure you guys get tired of seeing my name when I call in. Lori Grotz, 5513 Park Place. The Southdale Design Experience calls for roadway 200-foot long blocks so that we have roadways every 200 feet. I don't know that the city really wants to do that. so in this project, they show 2 streets. Do we really want to have all that increased asphalt in the city? Developers don't pay to build those roads. Taxpayers are going to pay for that, and they're going to pay for that through TIF. The pocket park that they show on the east side of the office building there, I wouldn't call that a public amenity either. It's not visible from 70th Street. It's not visible from France Avenue. That pocket park is for the benefit, in my opinion, of the office building tenants and the apartment building. We shouldn't be paying for that with TIF. The parking ramp. The Bauer did parking within their own building. I think that the apartment building here should have their own parking within the building, the same with the office building. As soon as you start calling a parking ramp district parking, think TIF. Do we really want to go to that same fiasco as what we've got with that parking ramp over at Pentagon Park? I don't care to be paying for their parking ramp. The Southdale area, we have been told so many times, it is overparked. So why are we adding another parking ramp? Doesn't make sense to me. They talk about a street fair. I don't know who's going to attend a street fair except for maybe tenants in that apartment building. They talk about food trucks. The city has a policy where you can't have food trucks in an area where there's brick and mortar restaurants. Right across the street at Galleria, we've got brick and mortar restaurants. To have, let's see. Now, gosh, I hate getting old. I've lost my memory here. Also, on this 24-story apartment building, how do they plan to soften the water from that? Are we going to be having trucks shipping in truckloads of salt for that too? I just think that if this is the best project that can be had on this piece of property, valuable property, I think it's sadly mistaken. The project should sell itself on paper. You shouldn't need the developers up there trying to sell it to you. You're not doing a favor, I don't think, for the residents that live in the area, nor for the rest of the residents in Edina. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Groats.
Our next caller tonight is Lori Severson. Operator, will you please unmute Lori's line? And Lori, please begin by giving your full name and address for the record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Lori Severson.
Can we get some more volume out of this?
I'm president of the Edina Chamber of Commerce and Explore Edina, our Visitors Bureau. Our address is 3300 Edinburgh Way, Suite 650. Thank you very much for the opportunity just to add a few comments. Our Economic Development Committee did submit a formal letter of support of the proposed changes, but I'd like to add just a few comments. One of the goals of the Chamber is to help the city bring the Southdale area small area plan to life. And one of the aspects that we really appreciate about this project is the public realm. And I think we could really work effectively and partner with both the city and the development in allowing visitors and residents to enjoy that public realm space in a variety of different ways. So that's the one piece that I wanted to bring up. But another interesting experience that I just had over the last week or so was to visit Cherry Creek, which is a business development district in Denver. And oftentimes France Avenue is compared to the Cherry Creek development. It's much smaller than the Southdale district, but many similarities. And regarding the parking structure, in that space, as I was walking around and driving around, I realized that right now, at this given point in time, that parking structure and the availability of using it as part of district parking is going to be very necessary. If we continue to work toward making that Southdale small area plan a reality and bringing visitors and people who want to utilize the medical services and retail along France, right now that will become a very important feature of what we're trying to do. The fact that we can change it as time goes on and as the needs change, I think that's only an added benefit. Those were my 2 comments. Thank you so very much and have a good evening.
All right, thank you, Ms. Severson.
I have no one else in the queue.
All right, no one else named Lori wants to testify? Any other Loris out in the audience? All right, we'll wait just a moment. So the action requested by Director Teague on this matter was to keep this matter open for more public input until noon on November 8th, 2021. That means we keep the public hearing open so people can comment, and then continue the action to November 16, 2021 for council action. And so is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
So,
A motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce.
Yep, Mr. Mayor, can I ask a follow-up question?
Sure. Do you want me to
We can be
restate
part
the
of the
motion and
discussion, the
have discussion?
motion. No, that's okay. You know the procedure better than I do. I just have a follow-up question to Ms. Grote's comment.
Okay, yeah, well, so let me get,
Okay.
we got a motion by you and a second by Member Pierce to close the public hearing at noon on November 8th and continue it to November 16, 2021. Now we'll go to discussion.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I had procedural glitch there. So the question I had is, Mrs. Grotes raised this question at the Planning Commission as well. And I asked, I don't remember who on the staff I asked about this, but these internal streets that are going to be built as part of this project, who will own the maintenance of those streets? Who will be responsible for maintaining those streets?
Do we also want to know who has to build them, pay to build them?
Yeah, who's going to pay to build them, and then how are they going to be maintained over time? I think that she raised that more at the Planning Commission about the maintenance costs, but I thought it was a really good question.
Yeah, so the developer will build them, and they will maintain them. The city will maintain easements over them just for the use, but it is the developer's responsibility for the maintenance.
Okay, thank you. And then I just, as a comment, I want to remind people, I know the 3 minutes goes by really, really quickly. I hope that if you have comments, you'll go on Better Together and write them out, and at your length. You can write as long a comment as you want, and I know sometimes people are concerned that they don't get as much time to present, but we do have Better Together as an option, and I hope that if someone feels it was short to do in 3 minutes, they can take advantage of that opportunity.
All right, very good. Thank you. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Member Sutton? Okay. We've got a motion and a second with respect to leaving this public hearing matter open until noon on November 8th, 2021, and then continuing the action on the item to the November 16, 2021 City Council meeting. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Very good. Now we're going to move on to reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And we've got several matters here to deal with this evening. And the first one is back to Manager Neuendorf. And we're talking about Resolution 2021-99, potential establishment of what's called the Eden Wilson Redevelopment Tax Increment Financing District.
Is this your phone?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This item tonight is a follow-up to a public hearing that was held at our last city council meeting. It is consideration of the proposed tax increment financing district called the Eden-Wilson TIF district. And this, of course, is related to that redevelopment of the Perkins property at 4917 Eden Avenue. Due to the time, I'll run through a shortened presentation. It's the same one that we saw at the public hearing. In accordance with our policy and as you directed, we did keep the Better Together website open for about another week after that public hearing. We received 28 comments from a variety of residents throughout the neighborhood and throughout the city. And many of the comments that and concerns you've heard expressed are reflected in the comments that were submitted on the website. But the proposal for this district really looks at that area on the east side of Highway 100, right by City Hall. This is an old photo that shows what it used to be like in the 50s. Before there was a 6-lane highway with on-ramps and off-ramps, it was a little bit more quaint, subtle area. It has changed a lot in 60 years, and with this proposal, we are hoping to bring back some of the connectivity in that overall area, in addition to supporting the redevelopment at the Perkins site. There's 3 existing buildings in this TIF district, the Perkins restaurant itself, as well as the 2 historic buildings, the historic Cahill School and the historic Grange Hall. We have had an independent inspector walk through each of those buildings and evaluate them for their compliance with the TIF requirements, with the standards identified in Minnesota statute. The Stantec company did submit a report. It's part of the proposed TIF plan that does confirm that per the Minnesota statutes, the buildings are considered substandard and thus eligible potentially for the use of tax increment. Just run through these slides of the proposed project and some of the proposed concepts for the roadway improvements. We also mentioned that the developer has requested $5.1 million in TIF to fill a gap. That amount plus interest would be paid out over a 15-year term. The TIF district itself, though, would be a 25-year period. So the city would be able to use the remaining portions that are not shared with the developer to fund these roadway improvements. And as we mentioned earlier this evening, we do believe there are sufficient funds to achieve all of these road projects, sidewalk projects, and related. I'll skip my spiel about what is TIF, but happy to answer any questions when we get there. And then just, again, a reminder of the context. This proposed district would be the 10th potential TIF district in Edina. We currently have 9 active TIF districts. That number will change next year as the Southdale district decertifies. So this is a familiar chart we've shared before. It reflects, in general, the extent to which TIF is used in Edina. And we look at the use of tax increment as a proportion of the entire tax base in the city. And if you look at this map or at this chart of a lot of our peer cities in both the East and West Metro, Edina is way down on the very bottom edge of the TIF usage. In 2022, after the Southdale district expires, and even with this proposed new district, Edina would use TIF to only cover about 1% of its overall tax base. That's a very, very low amount and a very modest use of tax increment. So these boundaries show the proposed limits of the TIF district. Happy to chat about that a little bit more if there's further questions, but I think we may have addressed that sufficiently earlier. The TIF plan, of course, includes a budget. That's one of the key things that the state law requires we include, and it does limit the types of descriptions of the line items in that budget. So we follow what's laid out in the state statute in that regard. Our financial advisors at Ellers have estimated that over the 25-year life of this district, we'll collect a cumulative amount of about $22.7 million. I also mentioned that we tend to estimate a little bit low. We hope that it's more. Frankly, we hope that this project performs very well. But that's cumulative amount, and as we go out to finance public improvements on the front side of that 25-year period, of course, we'll have to pay interest on that debt. So that's where a lot of the cumulative dollars are directed towards those interest payments on the improvements that we get to enjoy on the front end. So in summary, our findings, we do find that based on the qualified reports, the site and the entire area does qualify as a redevelopment TIF district. We've met with our planning commission, and they've confirmed that in general, the TIF district do comply with the city's comprehensive plan. We've reviewed and scrutinized the developer's pro forma that looks at the financials for the project, and we have confirmed that there is a financial gap in the pro forma. We do believe that without the use of tax increment, a project of this scale, quality, and caliber will not be able to be delivered on the site. In conclusion, it's staff's recommendation to approve the TIF district and thus enable the funding for the project. That concludes our report on the TIF district. Of course, the next action, if you accept this proposal, would be to really get into the agreement with the developer. But at this point, what we're asking for is consideration to approve and create this new TIF district. With that, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Anhut is on the phone with us this evening. He's also happy to answer any questions, but he's just not able to be with us here in person tonight.
Good. Questions for Manager Neuendorf? Anybody? Member Anderson?
Thank you. Mr. Neuendorf, the applicant originally floated a much shorter time for his TIP request. I remember a conversation, and help me out if my memory's faulty. He discussed at one time, I thought 5 years, or that was part of his initial conversation. We could ask him, he's here, if that's not the case. And so I guess my question is how we shift to a 15-year term for the developer benefit portion of the district, and then 26 years overall, I think.
Sure. To the best of my recollection, I don't recall anything other than what the developer applied for in his application, which was a 15-year payment term.
That was 15,
Yep.
Consistently, okay.
That's correct.
Yeah, all right. Well, I thought I heard that, but thank you for clarifying that. Second question, and this could be for you or Mr. Anhut or even City Manager Neal. A couple of things. I've mentioned on at least 2 occasions that there's a very low estimated market value on that site. It's just under $3.1 million. The original purchase price, as you will recall, in 2007 by the seller, Eden Ventures, was 4.2. So that EMV has been consistently under the original sales price. It was 14 years ago. And that's a little bit of an issue. The purchase price being used for TIF consideration and included in this TIF district is $12 million. So clearly, the market value, what could be used for EMV, is somewhat above that $3 million based on the original purchase price and based on what the selling price is now. And thank you, by the way, for looking into that purchase price and confirming that that was the actual amount of money changing hands. That's very helpful for me. So the question that I have is whether we have a method to adjust that EMV prior to establishing the district. I would think that the erosion of the tax revenue stream by inflation over 26 years makes that a worthwhile possibility, if it is possible. So I'm just looking for, is there a method or mechanism available to us?
I'll answer that one first, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Anhut if he's ever seen that finished, ever seen that done. I've never seen that to be possible.
To raise the EMV?
To change the estimated market value of a site to increase it higher just because we wanted to. I think the assessment laws would not allow that.
Well,
but I've never seen it done.
Property values are raised consistently. We have that occurring all through the city all the time. I guess it would be the timing of it, I would suppose, that could prevent that. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, there's not a party, and we make the presumption that Mr. Wilson and his team have sufficient evidence to justify the current valuation of the property, and the current property owner or the future property owner, no one has made a request to appeal. And that's typically what triggers a new assessed value.
Well, the appeal would normally come from the owner. So I get that, which I understand. So the question would be, is there a way, I mean, when we look at the income stream from this property over 26 years, once it's locked in, it's eroded significantly. I mean, we can all recognize that. Inflation is with us, will continue to be, I think. And even at historical rates of inflation, those dollars, and we've heard residents speak to this as well. So, but if it's not possible, if we don't have a mechanism available, that's really the question. I don't mean to carry on about it.
Yeah, we really don't.
Yeah, I mean, we would essentially, I think you're asking if the city could appeal our own tax assessor's assessment. And
Well,
I
that
don't
might
know
be
if
a
there's a legal
possibility.
mechanism for
I'm
that.
not certain. I'm aware of the appeal process. I'm not, and I'm also aware of the fact that we, as a city, can assess properties at what's supposed to be their estimated market value, their state statutes and guidelines for how that's established. And with this purchase price, which is extraordinarily high, then I just think I'm wondering if this is in the city's best interest to have that low, over 26 years, that very low amount that comes from that property in place for all that time.
I think that is a question I can answer.
I'm sorry?
If there were not $8 to $11 million of public improvements that we wanted to do in this area, I think we could probably write down the whole TIF budget and the whole use of funds. If it were strictly about meeting the developer's need to fund the project, I believe there is a mechanism to reduce the budget in the TIF district. But as we've discussed for many months, the goal was to get this project built so that we could then enable the public improvements that we could all benefit from. So that's why we went for the full budget amount for TIF improvements.
We approved the budget, I think, on October 14th, and the budget's static, correct?
Correct, unless we change it in the future, but the budget would be $22.7 million.
But there's movement within the budget, that's possible.
Correct.
Some of those amounts shift and change, but that isn't really my question. But it doesn't feel like it's going to get answered tonight. But if we don't have that mechanism readily available, and we can't really raise the city's revenues over 26 years, then that's the answer to the question, I suppose.
I can tell you for certain that the new estimated market value of this site will be reflected in a future assessed value as soon as the transaction takes place.
But we won't see that in real time. We'll see that at the end of 26 years.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's it.
Member Jackson?
I guess just to clarify that, so what we're saying is that the estimated market value, when we create this TIF district, is the estimated market value for purposes of taxes. It won't reflect the sales price, which occurs afterwards. Is that correct?
Yes. When we create the district, we would essentially lock in the current valuation for the next 26 years. And then when the district expires, then we would see the big leap in valuation.
Okay, and so that lock-in would occur at the current value, which is approximately $3 million, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Manager Neuendorf, Member Staunton?
Well, I'd just chime in on this conversation. I think if we were, the purchase price is contingent on the project. And so if you were to change the assessed value based on the purchase price, you'd always have a smaller increment because you'd raise the purchase price. But it's not, it's part of the project that but for the TIF, we can't do. So I don't see how, you know, you can do it at the other end, reducing the amount of time or the amount of the budget. But so that's my 2 cents worth on that.
Other questions? Okay. Staff has requested that we pass a motion approving Resolution 2021-99 establishing the Eden Wilson Redevelopment Tax Increment Financing District. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Staunton to approve Resolution 2021-99, which would establish the Eden Wilson Redevelopment Tax Increment Financing District. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Member Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so I just want to mention that this has been keeping me up. And I would really struggle with voting against this just based on the potential and the long overdue roadway improvements that go in there. And listening to Director Milner's presentation tonight on the East Grandview study, it tends to focus my concern because it recognizes the pending or very likely development of the south side of the public works site, the Eden 100 building. That's 138 units, but we're overlooking other potential development that can occur there. I mentioned this earlier tonight. So in trying to figure out how to approach this, I weigh the intended roadway benefits in the proposal against what it can't include at this time, which is, and the primary concern of the Sunny Slope neighborhood is safe, expeditious traffic routing, and that ultimately is going to be made more necessary by the hundreds of units that are being developed and placed into the district. It's unavoidable. The completed expansion of the OLG campus adds to it, and if we have access to Highway 100 in 2025, if access to Highway 100 is essentially only going to be through Grange Road and Arcadia, then we're not addressing at this time either the safety issues or the egress issues that have been brought up by the residents in Sunny Slope, nor do we address the potential for future development and how that traffic gets up there and the loggerhead that creates around Highway 100 going both north and south. So if I look down the road, I try to figure out how will we solve that? What will we do? And I don't have a clear answer, but I do know that one of the things we're going to have to do is to really consider this, and we have a good first run at this tonight in terms of the study, the transportation study. But what I would like to try to establish is that I can support this TIF district if we can, by resolution or simply discussion and binding commitment, agree to expand the East Grandview study to consider the full extent of further development in the district so that traffic, as I mentioned, can be properly routed, and that study should include a more focused and reasonable resolution to the Sunny Slope neighborhood traffic and safety issues, which are referenced in the study but inconclusively. There's conversation about traffic moving back and forth through the neighborhood in order to create better ingress and egress routes. And I have to say that I'm still very concerned about a $12 million purchase price, for which there are no comparables. And the city assessor has agreed to that he can't find any comps. I can't find any. But there are a couple in Minneapolis, or the Minneapolis market that once was. So, Anyway, if we can come to some conclusion about how we handle this, that would be a piece. And point of order, Mr. Mayor, I do have a motion that I would like to make prior to the vote, although we do have a motion on the table.
We have a motion and a second on the table. You could move to amend.
That's actually...
We could then vote on the proposed amendment.
Okay. Would this be the time to do so?
Would be.
Okay. So then I'd like to move that Resolution 2021-99, approving the Eden-Wilson TIF District, be amended by striking and improving words to remove the $3 million approved projected use of tax increment for the site acquisition and its proportionate interest expense. I just don't feel that we should be subsidizing this purchase price on this site. However, I don't disagree with the budget, nor do I disagree with the intentions of the TIF district itself.
All right. We got a motion to amend the motion that we have in front of us on 2021-105. Is there a second?
I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
All right.
So my question would be whether there are other eligible expenses that could fill that $3 million. It's part of the budget. Can we put something else in the budget? Is there something else that's eligible that can be put in the budget? Or, Member Anderson, are you suggesting we reduce the budget by $3 million?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
No,
your
I would-
objection is to having the
Subsidizing this
acquisition
purchase price
in
is my
the budget.
objection.
Okay.
I would like to leave the budget the same. I would like to use those dollars and the additional interest amount that that generates for further improvements within that TIF district. On that basis, then I'm ready to go ahead with it.
Well, so I think there's two different questions. One is whether there's other eligible expenses from the developer, and the second is whether the developer can do with 2.1 instead of 5.1. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay.
So for clarification, it was $12 million for the entire parcel of land. Is that correct, the purchase price?
That's correct, for the purchase. Mhm.
And how much of that land are we asking them to set aside and not use?
About 10,500 feet for the future off-ramp, and another 17 or 18,000 for the public parking.
No, not including the parking, because that's already
Not the
included
parking.
in the budget. So this is just pure land that nothing's going to happen on because we asked them not to build on it.
That's about 10,500 square feet.
And is that a quarter of the lot?
It's a sliver of the lot. The property is about 2 acres, so just about 90,000 square feet, and they're dedicating about 10,000, so 1/9 of the property.
Which is much smaller than 1/4 of the property. So I
Correct.
guess the question is, what are we then, I always thought it was that land that was set aside for the off-ramp with the easement on it. But I guess it's more than that. It's a full quarter of the lot, not just the sliver that's going to be left idle for this time period, or, put trees and stuff on it.
Yes, so if I could address the purpose of the budget. So this is on page 9 of the proposed TIF plan. It identifies a use of the funds, or basically the budget for the TIF. And this totals $22.7 million. The state law identifies the 6 different line items that we can use. It has a general line item called other qualifying expenses, which is very broad, so that's where all the roadway improvements fit in. But the dollar amounts proposed in here are movable from line to line, as long as the total dollar amount expended doesn't exceed the 22.7. Whether land acquisition says $1 or $3 million, it's just used for budgetary purpose. That doesn't, because it's in this budget, doesn't mean that we're paying the developer $3 million for land, $750 for site prep, $2,066,000 for affordable housing. This is strictly for budgetary purposes. So we could certainly move the numbers around on this budget, that is fine. We can shape them however you like, as long as they don't exceed the 22.7 million.
Can I?
Member Sutton?
So, and this
Go
may
ahead.
be a question for Mr. Anhut, but as I understand it, in our analysis, we have confirmed a $5.1 million gap for the developer.
That's correct.
So they need 5.1 million to make the project work.
That's right.
So no matter how we want to slice that, they need 5.1. So we can't take 3 million out of that and dedicate it to the roadway improvements.
Correct. If we did that, the project would not move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I heard Member Anderson say, which is what he said before, is that he doesn't think the price at 12 million reflects the market. And the fact that you got a willing seller and a willing buyer seems to me to reflect the market at $12 million. And our analysis was based upon all of the factors that were involved. You got an $80+ million project that has a $5.1 million gap. And it's not going to happen unless we make it happen. So this I view as a request for the city council to get in the business of determining what market value is. And that's not someplace I really think we ought to be going. But if we want to make a decision, and we've gotten a long way down the road here, we should have tackled that issue head on at the very onset. Not now. Not now. So I'm going to vote against the motion to amend. But I don't know how others feel. So any other comments? All right, we got a motion to amend. Member Anderson, would you read it again, please?
Yes. The motion is that Resolution 2021-99, approving the Eden-Wilson TIF District, be amended by striking and approving words to remove the $3 million budgeted amount, the projected use of tax increment for site acquisition, and its proportionate interest expense.
Okay. All those in favor of the amendment as stated by Member Anderson, say aye.
Aye.
I do have
Comment?
a comment.
Sure. Thank you.
You know, I'm just being very transparent. I'm uncomfortable with this. And what I'm uncomfortable with is we set off on a path, and you kind of alluded to this months ago, and we're at a point now where I'm not even sure what we're voting on. And so I'm actually uncomfortable going forward now. And so if we are going to take the vote on this motion, and that impacts whether or not we create this TIF district, I assume, just by point of order, what we voted on 2 hours ago, the development can't go forward. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm confused now with the three
I think
the
that
three motions that we
if you voted to approve the amendment, it would, the implication of that is that it would cause the project to not occur. So what we approved a while back, to your point, of the final approval, it wouldn't matter because the developer wouldn't be able to go forward. If the motion to amend fails, we'll vote on the main motion to approve Resolution 2021-99, which establishes the district. And once we establish the district, we need to establish the district to be able to use the TIF on the project.
Right.
So we're back to where we would be voting consistently with what we've done so far in final approval. And then we would move on to the next step, which would be yay or nay on the redevelopment agreement itself.
Yeah.
So we've got a motion to amend as stated by Member Anderson regarding Resolution 2021-99. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion to amend fails. We've got a motion and a second pending on the main motion, which is Resolution 2021-99, which would establish the Eden Wilson Redevelopment Tax Increment Financing District. Any further discussion there? All right.
I guess just real quickly, I thought this would be when we talked about the public benefits of all that the TIF district would apply. So you were also eloquent earlier, and I just want to say ditto to that, and that I'm really pleased that we'll have the opportunity with this TIF district to make some real transportation improvements to the area. And I think that's, and the public benefit of, as you mentioned earlier, the affordable housing and the stormwater, it's a really good opportunity to have some solid public benefit from TIF. And I like that the fact that it will be articulable and just a really nice benefit to our community.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. So again, it floors me that we could get to this point and talk about the benefits of this project and not all be aligned. And I struggle with that. And I'm not quite sure what to do about that. So I asked previously about the order of things. And as I understood it, just in the sequence of how we do things, we go through, the developer comes forward, we make comments on whether or not we believe this is something that should move forward. And I could be wrong, but I think all of us thought this was a good development and said we should move forward. And I raised a concern that we should try to extend benefits for the community for traffic reasons. And we voted on doing that. And so, I may not be remembering how this all transpired, but frankly, it feels like some of this is for show. And so I can take this up privately with Member Anderson, but I'm uncomfortable with that. I feel like everybody votes their own conscience, but I feel like we should be working together on this. And if there was a concern with the value of the property, we should have talked about that 2 months ago. And we should have dug into it and agreed to a process for how we were going to be comfortable with the value of the project, the value of the land, because that impacts the TIF district. And had we done that, it feels like we would have come together and approached this on one accord. But we still may disagree with the proposal of how we address the traffic. We still may come at that differently as a council, but this just feels like we're not all together. And I'm confused on that point. And frankly, it's frustrating because the view from the public sees it the same way. And I'm not sure what to do about that. But I think it's fair for me to express that frustration.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Sure, Member Anderson.
Yeah, thank you. I brought forth and have brought forth consistently concerns about the valuation of this site. I've been told occasionally that we can address that at a later date. On August 31st, I asked for a meeting with the city assessor and was told at that time that there were no comps and that it was kind of off the charts. In fact, those very words were spoken. So I've been very consistent with that all the way through. And so what I'm trying to find is a method to keep the budget the same, increase the amount of the improvements in the TIF district. I'm not opposed to the TIF district at all in any way. So on that, I think we all have agreed. But I'm I have been uncomfortable and remain uncomfortable with the purchase price. It's out of balance. What we do, essentially, in having a $3 million acquisition support for that site is we're buying our own site back. It's $3 million of value. And I believe that that's low. I believe it's low based on this purchase price. I believe it's low based on the original purchase price. And I've been very consistent with saying that. It's not a surprise. I'm just trying to find a mechanism here to try to, for me to feel comfortable and for me to speak my heart about my concerns.
Yeah.
That's all.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
And if I may, so,
Member Jackson?
thank you. The one thing that I find really confusing is the bouncing of the conversations between the HRA and the city council, and I think that's where the public confusion comes in as well. I think, Member Anderson has been consistent in his concerns about the purchase value, but the conversations do get, at least in my memory, a little jumbled of where did we have that conversation and when was it? And I think that's where the public confusion really comes in, because we will talk about things, because we're all the same people between the HRA and the city council. And so the staff is always very good about repeating it when it comes to the city council, but I think there is always that, who was listening to what meeting, and it's difficult to remember that, at least if you aren't fully absorbed as a member of the public. I think, we all try to be consistent and thoughtful, but there are a lot of meetings involved in this, and there are a lot of steps. I've had to really sort of map out and get confused myself.
Mr. Mayor,
Member Sutton?
if I can chime in on this. So, to me, this is a $5 million gap that the developer has on an $80 million project. So we're at, way less than the normal 10% that we kind of consider as a ceiling. And we can dig into any one of the items, the line items, but the fact of the matter is they won't be able to do the project unless they purchase the property, and the purchase price is what it is to make it happen. And under the circumstances, I'm not willing to forego the roadway and pedestrian improvements because we want to second guess the purchase price. So that's why I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
And to Member Anderson's point, I would say that all the way along, he's been concerned about height and density and has raised his purchase price concern. So I don't know how we ever deal with that issue, because as long as I've been doing this, we've never stuck our nose into the market. And as I said earlier, if you got a willing buyer and a willing seller, then you've got a transaction between them. Then it's up to us to do our analysis as to whether or not this is appropriate for the use of TIF, and we've done that. I think Member Staunton said it very well. I'm not prepared to forego the potential silver lining, as I characterized it, in the win-win over this. And who knows whether our appraisers are right, our assessors were right. I know they're supposed to be right, that we count on them to be right, but they could have been mistaken, obviously were, in terms of the market value. So I'm going to vote in favor of the motion as well. Any other comments? Yes, Member Pierce.
Last comment for me, and I don't know, again, the point of order, but if we were going to propose an amendment to a motion that is, as in my opinion, as complex as Member Anderson's amendment, I don't want to have that show up in the middle of a council member, in the middle of a city council meeting. I would prefer that be on the agenda, written out, sent out, so that I have time to understand the position. And so sitting here and at the highest level, I actually understand the point, but it would be far better, in my opinion, to have had time to dig into that, and perhaps one-on-one, even ask more questions of the position that Member Anderson has raised. And so I think that may not be part of a formal process. That could simply be a common courtesy that we could have amongst each other, that if we're going to do something like that, that we share it ahead of time.
Yeah, it's a good thought. That if any of us have thoughts around amending a particular motion, that we circulate our ideas on it in advance so people have a chance to think about it. Good thought. Although I will say I've been in plenty of meetings, the tab included, where amendments come up on a regular basis out of the,
And there are,
without any advance.
and there are legal limitations to how much you can share one-on-one with each other. So that part of it is, it can be clumsy sometimes.
Okay. We've got a motion to approve Resolution 2021-99, which establishes the Eden-Wilson Redevelopment Tax Increment Financing District. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the adoption of that Resolution 2021-99 establishing that described district, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Member Anderson? Abstain?
I abstain.
Okay. Abstention? Abstention from Member Anderson. Resolution is approved. And then we're on to the tax increment financing and redevelopment agreement for 4917 Eden Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we'll proceed with the proposal then. So this item is the next on the agenda, and it addresses the tax increment financing redevelopment agreement for this for the project. This is for the private project, for the 4917 Eden Avenue. The content of my presentation will look very similar. It's based on terms that we discussed at the HRA back in August. Also based on the same document we looked at the HRA a week or two ago. Obviously, we all know the site. The project that we're looking to help provide financial support so it can get constructed starting next year is the plan. Looked at the roadway benefits. So the developer's request. Earlier this summer, the developer did request that the city provide tax increment to fill his gap in this project. We did work with Ehlers Associates to scrutinize his budget and ask a lot of questions, including questions about the purchase price. There were several challenging conversations with the developer about the price, trying to see if we could bring it down, and that was not possible. The purchase price was one of the points that we discussed sometime in the summer, maybe in June or July at the HRA. It was noted that it was, while it is within the normal range for development, for developments in this particular part of Edina, it's definitely on the high end of the range. But if you look at a broader spectrum of projects, it is in the range. But we did strive to get that purchase price reduced, and that was not possible. So the redevelopment agreement has been prepared. We're at about 211 pages of legal contract, full of exhibits, easements, commitments on both of the city's behalf, but primarily on the developer's behalf. It's the legal contract is based on the terms that we discussed and generally gave approval to back in August. We've worked hard to make sure that the legal contract follows the spirit of what was originally discussed, to deliver a project at the site that's of very high caliber that creates that tax base, that growth in the tax base. We've talked a lot in the past about how the tax base changes and grows. When the project is finished, we're expecting it to increase by a factor of about 18 times the current value. Whether you measure the tax capacity of the property, the market value of the property, or the actual size of the tax bill that they'll be paying every year, the increases are massive. And that's what allows this project to not just finance itself, but all the public improvements that we can enjoy in the upcoming years. We are, both myself and on behalf of Ellers and Associates, we're convinced that without TIF, this project simply won't go forward. There's a lot of public benefits that we've discussed. We'll go through those in a minute. I won't get into detail, but again, happy to answer any questions. One interesting thing to note, since August, when we looked at the developer's budget and the term sheet, the price to build this has increased by $1.3 million in the last 6 weeks. So at that August meeting, there was a pledge made to provide $5.1 million of TIF support. So that extra $1.3 million in budget comes from the developer side, not from the city side. We wanted to stick true to the pledge that we presented back in August. The developer cringed a little bit, but he will make that work one way or the other. They will make that work. When it comes to the use of TIF, we always look at the eligible costs per state statute, but then also at the cost that makes sense to us as a community. So the overall project, if we looked at it at strictly the state code about TIF, there's about $25 million in eligible expenses on the site. And while that's recognized by state law, we don't always look at it the same way in Edina. So we think there's definitely over $5 million of public benefit that fills the gap, but staff is not recommending to go even a penny over that, quite frankly. So the key terms of the agreement, this should look familiar. We will use a 26-year redevelopment district, make a pledge of $5.1 million, issue a TIF note only upon successful completion of the project. Not when they start the project and hope that it works out, but when they finish the project and deliver it to the community. The developer would be repaid, the TIF note would be repaid from the tax increment that are generated over 15 years, capped at 70% of the taxes paid each year. So as we've negotiated, from a general comment in the term sheet to a binding legal contract, we always work well with Dorsey and Ellers to make sure that there's different steps and protections along the way to make sure that the city does not overpay. And we use the same due diligence here as we prepared this document. The public benefits that we'll deliver are some required by the zoning, the streetscapes, public plaza, public artwork, future public transit opportunity if Metro Transit wishes to do that in the future, a public easement over the surface parking stalls, and of course the 10,000 feet of land for the future off-ramp. One of the reasons that we first discussed TIF on this site in the first place. Not to be overlooked, though, is the affordable housing. This is one project where the developer was very willing to provide the units in the building. By a quick check of the math, every time you rent a unit that's designed for market rate users, but you rent it at a reduced price to be affordable to families of a more modest income, the developer is essentially losing over $5 million in rent on these units. And he can absorb that in his budget, but it's a sizable commitment. They are willing to make it, and they, I think, have, I'll say gladly, made that commitment to move forward on this project. As we've discussed and worked through this, there was some give and take through negotiations as always. So we've extended the term of the affordable housing. Typically, we aim for 20 years. In this case, through negotiations, we did increase that to 21 years. So it's not a massive leap, but it's another year of affordability. And that's something we're trying to get extended as long as we can. In this project, we also set for the first time goals aimed to having a more diverse and equitable workforce on the project. While the state laws in this context are very complex, as we've learned working through this the last several months, we've had good meetings with both the developer and the general contractor to make some good faith efforts here We decided not to set any particular goals or minimums. Right now, the marketplace in the construction field is so unpredictable. It's difficult to get a crew, let alone a crew of a specific makeup. And I think our overall goal here is to make sure that we have qualified folks on the site to get the job done and to get it done well. So the contractor has pledged to make best efforts, not just pledge, but there's 2 appendices in here that defines what best efforts will be. And they've pledged to report on their progress at the end of the project. We hope, since this is the first time we've done it, that we can learn from this and do better and maybe go further in future contracts. Of course, we've talked quite a bit tonight about these public roadway improvements. This is something we intend to move through separately. There's not a binding commitment in the TIF agreement with the developer, because this agreement for the public improvements is really between the city council and the general public. But of course, we did want to tie that into this overall agreement. So in summary, we've been working on this for several months. There's been several iterations as we've progressed. Our advisors at Dorsey and Whitney led the effort to create the binding contract. And our advisors at Ellers have tirelessly gone through spreadsheet after spreadsheet, budget after budget, to make sure that the city's dollars are protected and that the risk remains with the developer. After several meetings, some easy and some more challenging, the developer is agreeable to the terms, the conditions, and the limitations in this contract. They're in the audience with us here tonight, happy to answer any question. But overall, staff does recommend the approval of this redevelopment agreement and are looking forward to getting started with your consent. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Questions for Manager Neuendorf regarding the redevelopment agreement?
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Member Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's getting late, but I just want to stop for a moment. And first of all, thank you for the steps and protections along the way in the TIF agreement that you and our attorneys have worked out. That's very important to me. As you all know, I started out my career looking at the failed savings and loans in public finance, and those deals did not have any protections along the way, and it was really disheartening. So I'm very grateful for that as a taxpayer, as a resident, and as a citizen. It's really important. But then I want to just stop. We're looking at a developer who's looking to put $80 million plus into our community. And I used to represent really poor cities. And they would beg, borrow, steal, and scrape to get investment in their cities. And we've had a long and difficult discussion about this, but I am just blown away by the fact that we live in such a beautiful city that people are willing to put tens, if not hundreds of $millions worth of investment in our city. And $80 million is a big investment. And I think this is something we should all be grateful for. I mean, it's a beautiful, thriving, living, growing, breathing city. And if we don't invest, it starts to crumble. And this is just a remarkable investment. And I'm very pleased to support it.
Thank you, Member Jackson. Well said. Other comments? Staff supports this. Is there a motion to approve the redevelopment agreement to provide tax increment financing for the redevelopment of property located at 4917 Eden Avenue?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Member Staunton, second by Member Pierce. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstention. Abstention? Member Anderson? Motion is approved. Yeah, Member Jackson, thanks for those comments. I think what adds another layer of comfort and confidence is the team that we've got put together between Manager Neuendorf and then our legal counsel, Dorsey, who's also an Edina resident, and then Ellers, public finance representatives. All of those folks do such a great job for us. And then the investment too. I know we've seen twice now in the last year, folks that have, I think, traditionally been doing their work in the heart of the city, starting to look around and determining they want to be broadening out their ownership interests and to have Edina be one of the first places they look at is really beneficial, and we thank you for that. We're really pleased to have the project here, kitty corner from City Hall. What a distinction. And then we've got that other wonderful project that's going to be going up on the old Pentagon Park site. Is it Solheim? Solheim. And that should be starting soon. Another company that's done a lot of work in the Twin Cities, in the heart of the city, Minneapolis, now coming to Edina. All right, on to the right-of-way vacation, easement vacation matter, resolution 2021-71. It's at 4904 Bywood West, and Director Milner has this matter.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Recall we closed the public hearing on September 21st. I did not have a recommendation at that point because there was some confusion on private utilities on this common property line. The owner owns both lines. Administratively, we can remove the property line, but the easement. So the applicant has since done a go for state one call, had his surveyor go out there. It is clear, so I would recommend approval of resolution 2021-71 to vacate those easements.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for Director Milner regarding this matter that we've discussed before? Is there a motion to approve resolution 2021-71 vacating the easement at 4904 Bywood West?
So moved.
Second.
We got a motion by Member Staunton, second by Member Jackson. With respect to the resolution as stated, any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then we are on to, we got a triple header here with Manager Neal. He's got the next and final three items. He's our cleanup hitter.
I am the cleanup hitter tonight. Thank you, Your Honor. I have items D, E, and F. We'll start with item D. This is the appointment of Mr. David Kendall and the Campbell Knutson Law Firm as the city attorney. The city attorney is, Plan B, city manager form of council manager form of government is appointed by the city manager, but must be confirmed by the city council. And so my proposal to you tonight is to confirm the appointment of Mr. Kendall and the law firm to represent the city as our city civil attorney.
Member Staunton?
So, as all of you know, I have a little familiarity with the legal business in the city attorney community, and I told Mr. Neal about a year ago when Mr. Knutson retired that he should be well aware of what a good gig this one is, and that he shouldn't settle. He should get the right person for the job. And we have had the good fortune of watching Mr. Kendall work for the last year, and I'm happy to say that he's gotten the right guy and he hasn't settled, and I'm really pleased that he is working with us now. And so I would enthusiastically move approval of the motion.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we got a lot of second. Member Jackson, I think, was quick on the second. Member Staunton moving the confirmation of the appointment of Mr. David Kendall of the Campbell Knutson Law Firm to the position of city attorney for the city of Edina, and to approve the legal services agreement between the city and Campbell Knutson. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. The next appointment is the appointment of another city attorney. This is our criminal prosecutor. And I'm guessing most of you probably have never met Mr. Leach. At least, we don't have to talk about that tonight. But he's someone that most people don't get to meet. And it's probably good. But Mr. Leach has served the city as our prosecutor since 2005. We spoke with him about a 3-year extension to his agreement. We're syncing that up with the civil side, and I recommend that you confirm the appointment of Mr. Leach as our criminal prosecuting attorney.
All right, thank you. Anyone care to make that motion?
So
Member
moved.
Anderson? So moved.
Second.
Member Pierce, second. All right, we got a motion and second to confirm the appointment of Mr. Patrick Leach of the Leach Law Office as the city's prosecuting attorney. and approve the contract between the city and his office for those legal services. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the motion as stated, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Final item for me tonight. This is Resolution 2021-106, affirming authorizing the submission of a request for state bonding bill funding. This item comes as a result of discussion that Mayor, Councilmember Staunton, and I had with most of our state legislative delegation, State Senator Melissa Franzen and State Representative Heather Edelson. And they encouraged us to submit a bonding bill request for Fire Station number 2. They also have some encouragement for us on a local option sales tax amendment, and I'll be bringing that back to you for further discussion at our next council meeting. But this item is really to submit the Fire Station number 2 project for state bonding bill assistance. We have submitted a $20 million, this is a $20 million request, and most of the public safety awards, if they are given, are at a 50-50 match.
All right, good. Questions for Manager Neal with respect to this resolution? Any comments, Member Staunton, from our meeting with the legislators? Okay, good. Somebody care to make the motion?
So moved.
Second. Okay, we got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce, that we adopt Resolution 2021-106, affirming and authorizing the submission of a request to the state of Minnesota for state bonding bill funding for fire station construction and improvements. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the adoption of Resolution 2021-106, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, we are on now to aviation noise update. I don't have anything. You?
No.
I haven't heard anything from former member Brindle. Mayor and council comments. Member Jackson, do you want to lead us off tonight?
I will. I wanted to talk about the use of the city hall, the council chambers here, and the broadcast. I'd prefer to put that off for another meeting if we could, and I'd like to have the communications policy and the broadcast policy included with that discussion. I found the broadcast is actually something more controversial than using the space, and so I'd like to defer that. So I have two brief things. One is a big thank you to our clerk, Sharon Allison, and all of our election judges that worked yesterday. Thank you so much for conducting the election. And the second thing is I was contacted by a resident who is concerned about the noise from all the yard services. She says this time of year it's continuous, and she works from home and is concerned about the noise. If we are going forward with the solid waste plan and organized hauling, would we be able to include in that discussion creating zones of yard waste or yard work, so that I think you and I, Manager Neal, talked by email about this, that maybe one of the solutions could be that you may get it all in 1 week or on one day of the week, not in 1 week, but on one day of the week, and it would be loud, but it wouldn't be every day. So I don't know if that would be appropriate to add on to that discussion.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Member Jackson, there's also some cities, I think in the Washington, D.C. or in the Washington, D.C. area where they've banned certain types of leaf blowers.
Yeah, and I think that's part of the
That might be
climate action
something
plan.
to have someone take a look at too, to
Yeah.
see if that's a route we want to go down or not. I don't have any opinion on it, but I think that's the way some cities have dealt with that issue.
Yeah, that'd be great. So if we could have that discussion, I don't know how to get it on the agenda.
I'll get
but
it ready.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Member Anderson, was that it for you, Member Jackson? I didn't
It
mean
is,
to-
thank you.
I didn't presume that you were done. All right, Member Anderson doesn't have anything tonight. Member Sutton?
Manager Neal, are you going to talk about the interview process?
I am.
Okay, then
Board and commission
just,
interviews?
I just want to talk about that, so if you're going to raise it, I'll wait for that discussion. Otherwise, I have nothing else. Thank you.
Member Pierce? Nothing. Okay. I went to a ribbon cutting on the 28th over at Lifetime Works. It was nice to be somebody, a company called New Space that does home remodeling. I think the son of the owner is on the Bloomington City Council. And so there were some Bloomington folks there and some Eden Prairie people there. But it was interesting to see how that Lifetime Workspace can function to be the situs for a small business operation that's been in business for probably 20, 30, 40 years. And they moved in there with their operation on home remodeling. And then they had this event right there. It was fascinating. And then congratulations to everybody, and I guess gratitude to everybody who ran for public office for the school board. There was a lot of interest in the school board election throughout the community, different views on how kids ought to be educated, and we all want the best for them. And so congratulations. I think one was reelected. The chair, Erica Ellenberg, was reelected yesterday. And then 3 new members, Karen Gabler, Dan Aram, and Michael Birdman. Congratulations to all of them. And we tell you all that we look forward to working you from a city council standpoint, and look forward to our first joint meeting together sometime in the not too distant future. And we can talk about issues of common concern and how to get our town going forward together. So that's it for me. Manager Neal, anything?
Yeah, I was just going to raise the point or the question about interviews for board and commission members. You had that, I think you had that discussion when I wasn't here that particular night, but we do have, James and Carolyn have both committed to the interview, I think the interview schedule. And I just need to confirm that that's what we're going to do, because we need to get interview dates selected and pinned down.
So I wanted to, part of the reason I haven't confirmed is I've thought in the wake of that conversation about whether it just feels like the wrong way to go about this. And I had a conversation with Manager Neal, and I think we kind of came to a good way to describe it, which is the amount of time we put in is overwhelming, but the amount of time that each applicant gets is minuscule. So in many ways, it's the worst of both worlds. And it feels like we're not doing this process justice. And I'm just struggling for what the better alternative is. But it just feels like we're walking down the path again to, 45 to 55. I talked to MJ before the meeting. She said, typically we get 45 to 55 applicants for maybe it'd be 10 open spots this year.
Mm-hmm.
And each of those people get 10 minutes. And I know we're trying, and for all of us to do that, it feels like form over substance. It feels like we're not giving them the attention that they deserve, but at the same time spending this extraordinary amount of time just to follow a form. And it just doesn't make sense to me. So I wish I would have come with the silver bullet, but I'm just raising the question again, unfortunately, at 11:15 at night. About whether there's a better way.
I'm afraid I don't have a silver bullet.
Nobody
either.
else has a silver bullet.
Well, we can talk, I don't know if there's any enlightenment in the evolution of this thing, but when I first got into city council, it was the mayor just appointing people that he knew out in the community.
And that's still pretty common.
And that went on that way for a while, and then I sat in on some interviews with Mayor Metzold, and then it evolved slowly into this process where we do it the way we do it now, where we give everybody a chance that is interested in serving their town a chance to meet with all of us and express why they want to serve. And then we get to decide who we'd like to have on boards and commissions. So I don't know if this, I think this way is much more appropriate than the way it used to be. Although you had good people back then too, but I think that might be the way you got on the planning commission, is it?
Yeah, it was the
Somebody-
chair,
somebody-
it was the chair of the planning commission and the mayor who did the interviews back
Yeah.
then. So the chair of any commission and then the mayor did those.
You know, and logistically, it makes a big difference if it's two of you versus three or more, right? Because then it becomes a public meeting, and we have all the different
Right.
logistical challenges, requirements that come along with that.
What about, this makes the final conversation difficult. But, you know, if you broke it up into teams where you gave interviewees more time, but you haven't assigned two people from the city council or more to spend 55 applicants times 10 minutes times,
Right.
you know.
Right.
But, you know, so, or what if you had two people assigned to do plan, you know, you divide up the commissions and you say, okay, Carolyn and Ron, you're in charge of Heritage Preservation Board, the Planning Commission, and Transportation Commission. We have 9 commissions?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, I guess
That, yeah, I was thinking along the same
Oh, yeah.
lines, and ask the applicants to put a first choice, rather than say, I just want to serve and I'll serve on any. We can ask them that in the interview, but make them choose their first commission, and then in the course of, you know, say, if you don't make it on the planning commission, are there any other commissions you can serve on? And then we can present our slate of candidates and say, but we also met these 3 guys who are, or women who are really fantastic. We can't get them on the planning commission, but they expressed interest in these others. I think that might work better. And then at least we have some sorting ahead of time, and break up the responsibility.
We have time to change methodologies, but we don't have a lot of time to discuss various options.
So it feels like if we're going to discuss it again, like MJ should be part of that as well. So that I'd offer that. And it does feel a little bit like Groundhog Day. I know we've
Fair point.
we did suggest splitting it, and if I remember, I think one of the concerns MJ raised was if one group interviewed someone that they thought could be better on another commission,
Yeah.
right, it's a little difficult to do that. But if the same council member saw everybody, then I think she said she felt like then you could do the placement a little bit better because you got a chance to see everyone. Those, 2 council members did.
Well, so could we put it on the next agenda just as in case anybody comes up with a better mousetrap between now and then, and otherwise I'll give up.
Okay.
And then MJ maybe can be here for it, and we
Okay.
can have that.
Yeah, I know we'll talk about it again, but I just wanted to stress, sort of after the conversation, MJ pointed out that if we do outreach, we may have a lot more than 40 to 50 applicants. We may have 100. So I think this has a higher level of urgency than when we looked at it before.
But we have to resolve it no later than our next work session or
Fair
council
enough.
meeting.
She's got to make the trains run on time.
Yeah.
All right.
That's
Thank
all I
you.
have to.
Thank you.
okay, is that what we have? I was just going through and counting. Do we have 9 commissions?
Yes.
3,
We've got the Board of Equalization and the
Construction Board of Appeals.
Construction Board of Appeals, and then the one where everybody comes and complains about their tax assessment.
Tax Board of Appeal and
Tax-
Equalization.
yeah.
Yeah, we have kind of 8 of the 8 standard commissions, and then the Board of Appeal and the Construction Board of Appeal, Construction Board of Appeals.
So we got 10 total.
Yeah, 10 total.
So we could each, we have one overlap. Maybe I should take on 2 if we can look at the mousetrap thing, but James?
Different question, if we're still talking about.
Okay. What were you thinking about in terms of time, Kevin, for a fair amount of time, like 15, 20 minutes instead of 10?
I don't know. Sorry. I don't. I just know I'm not satisfied with what we're doing. Sorry to complain about an issue without a proposed solution, but.
Well, it does strike me that a few more minutes would be nice on the interviews, but I don't have the sense that we're just kind of waving them through either. I mean, you do run out of conversation.
Yeah, I thought the 10 minutes was sufficient. And, some people will talk and talk. Other people you have to kind of pull to get them to talk. So sometimes 10 minutes is very long, and sometimes it's really short. But I think it did work. It seemed to work what we did this year as far as, I felt satisfied that we got a lot of conversation.
Okay, all right, let's think about it. Well, should we get, yeah.
Well, just since we're still here, the question about the schedule, can you remind me when we are supposed to have a proposal for the schedule?
Yeah, yes. So what we decided at the last HRA meeting was I would put together an alternative schedule that wasn't as sort of quite as rigorous and tied to calendar. We're going to look at actually what Sharon and I have produced it, and we're going to share it with you at the next HRA meeting. We probably share it with them before that, really. But it's an alternative that schedules HRA meetings about every 3 weeks. And interestingly enough, it fits pretty well into a calendar and doesn't kind of put you, it takes you away from having something every week. So, yeah, I think you should take a look at it.
Okay. Anything further? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Get a motion by Member Staunton, second by Member Pierce to adjourn. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjournment say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Stand adjourned.